All right, ladies and gentlemen, happy Friday. Ugh. All right, today is day 7 of this. Uh, Sorry, guys, I'm tired. All right, guys, today is day 7 of our series of live streams on swapping my Ford Fairmont Station Wagon from a Vortec 4200 to its little brother, a Vortec 3500. So, I've summarized this build quite a few times at the beginning of each live stream, so we're going to do that again today. This is my 1981 Ford Fairmont Station Wagon. We picked the thing up around 6 years ago, and we built the car for Hot Rod Drag Week 2019. We built it in the period of 4 months for the street race small block power adder class. At the time, we put a twin turbo LS, 6-liter LS, twin 7875 LY6 under the hood, and we installed a Holley Terminator X on that deal. Ran it with a turbo 400, did a bunch of upgrades on the 9-inch, and to the rear suspension, put an 850 cert cage in it, and we took a 26,000 mile all original Ford Fairmont and ruined it by putting a twin turbo LS into it. So we didn't have much success with that platform. So we only managed a 9.08 at 151, but unfortunately we heard engine noise on the first day of Hot Rod Drag Week 2019, and we decided to load up and lick our wounds and come back another day. So the car kind of sat for a while after that, and eventually after a few more transmission failures, we had a few of those as well, I decided that I wanted to put a Vortec 4200 under the hood. And so we did. And it slowly evolved. We've had tons of different combinations of intake manifolds, exhaust manifolds, ignition coil setups, intercooler setups, cooling fan setups, transmission setups. So it's it's gone. The car has been through a lot, and I just got done cutting out a lot of jerry-rigged wiring, and we got to get to a race before tomorrow, and I don't have time to wire this nice. And I just got done crawling around underneath the dash and cutting out a lot of those old sins. And frankly, this car has needed that for quite a while. I've actually restarted on the wiring on this car once before. When we converted to the 6-cylinder, we also went from the Holley to a Max ECU race, but I want to take the Max ECU race out of the car and install it on another car. So the whole reason that we are taking the 4200 out, so I guess I'll start off with, on Saturday, you saw us take the Vortec 4200 out of the car and install this guy right here. This is a Vortec 3500. It is the 5-cylinder little brother to the inline 6 4200. And the reason that we're doing that is because I kind of didn't really have a purpose for the car with the 6-cylinder. We're building a 95 Camaro on the project. We're building a 95 Camaro on the channel as well. And that car is going to be pretty much all out drag and drive, basically like highest effort Vortec 4200 build that we have ever done. And if I'm going to go to a drag and drive and do the Sick Week Freaks class, I'm not going to take this thing. I'm going to take my Camaro. And so this car kind of was like, well, what do I do with this thing? Sure, it could be a good backup, but I have the Trailblazer for that as well. And if I'm going to take a backup car and, bring up the caboose in the class, why not be comfortable? So I decided that let's pull the inline six out and breathe some new life into this project and put in an inline five. A lot of you have been asking for it. Hey, you're doing all this stuff with the 4200. What about its little brother? What about the 5-cylinder? I know there's a lot of Audi guys out there, a lot of Volvo guys that love the sound of inline fives. And I figured, let's take it on and see what it can do. So on Saturday, we installed this, built some engine mounts. On Sunday, we began work on the exhaust manifold, which is still in need of some finish work. Then on Monday, we continued work on the exhaust manifold. On Tuesday, we built this beautiful piece right here, a dual plenum style intake manifold here on the other side of the engine. It is a manifold kit that we got from the guys over at MW Steel. That is M as in Mary, W Steel. If you go to mwsteel.eu, just .eu, mwsteel.eu, you can get one of these plenum kits. The idea with this plenum kit is that it distributes air more evenly across all cylinders, and it uses Bernoulli's principle to do that. So the rally guys have to be a little more conscious of actually distributing the air evenly in the engine. They can't just, oh, we're only flooring it for 8 seconds, it'll be fine. They actually have to make their stuff right, and as we've seen many times on the channel or on Engine Masters, if you guys are familiar with that show, if you improve cylinder to cylinder distribution, you almost always pick up horsepower. So that is one of the reasons that we're doing that, along with we're trying to emulate the rally program. So on Wednesday, Wednesday we built this engine from basically a bare block and crank. We put a set of forged Molnar rods, forged Weisco pistons, and a 3.7 liter fully ported cylinder head with some stock 3.7 liter cams. And we let you pick the color on the valve cover. You guys voted for gold, so that is why the valve cover is gold. So yesterday, we started the wiring, and we are converting this car from the Max ECU Race to a Max ECU Street because I have one, and I want to use the Race on the Camaro. So that is why we are doing that. So yesterday we started on the wiring harness. I stayed up till 2 a.m. last night trying to get as far as I could on the wiring harness. And I've been gradually getting closer on it. So today we are probably going to start off with continuing on the wiring harness. I've already taken the old wiring harness out of the car. I did that this morning. I could probably use a good 2 or 3 days of just cleaning up old wiring sins and reworking a few things, but we don't have time for that because I want to have this thing running, and hopefully I'm not going to promise anything, but maybe burnout capable. We'll see. So I saw that there was a few comments, questions that rolled in, so I'm going to scroll back up so that I can answer those for you. But I apologize today. I am pretty whooped. Stayed up till 2 a.m. last night, so then I woke up, I'm running on like 5 hours of sleep. Uh, Looks like I'm here before the party started. Yes. I just watched your Japan V8 video with the VK56. Well, thanks for watching, and hope you enjoyed it. Exhaust is done already? No. I haven't had a chance to buckle down and finish it. I'm planning to do that one off stream because every time I weld, the stream cuts out. I think I know why it's happening, but it's not going to be an easy fix. So, unfortunately, I cannot show the welding without the stream constantly cutting out. What's up? Sorry I missed the last few days. The exhaust manifold equal length. I really hope so. By the way, have you heard any D-stroker cranks for the Atlas platform yet? It's close to equal length, but I didn't really go crazy on that just because we're really tight on space, and to make it equal length would have been pretty difficult. But it is rotationally timed, so take that for what you will. Any news on D-stroker cranks? Nope, haven't heard anything about that. Been a long time since live. No, we were live yesterday, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before, and the day before. Also, that aside / adjacent to that, do you think the VK56 cut in half would make a better 2.8 four-cylinder than the Atlas 2.8? If so / not, why or why not? It probably would be better. It's a bigger bore, shorter stroke engine. So, in my opinion, that is always better. Almost always better, I should say. There is probably a point where you should stop there, but it's also, I think the cylinder head's better on the VK, but we'll have to see on that. I love your shirt. When I was a kid, I had a 6-cylinder 67 Mustang that used a number of Clifford performance parts. Clifford's motto was 6 = 8. I enjoy the wink to them. Yep. Yeah. You can buy that shirt, actually, if you would like one just like it. I'm going to link our t-shirt store before I forget, because I always forget. So if a great way to support the channel is to go buy a shirt. And we have them right here. And I'm going to pin that to the top so that it is there the entire stream. Yeah, I'm a big... I really like the old school 6-cylinders as well, so I grew up around Clifford stuff, so I thought it would be neat to, say 6 is greater than 8, because in our one video we made the claim that the 4.2 liter was better than the LS. Is there anything you can do to lighten up the car? Yes, there's tons of stuff we could do. I don't want to. It's a street car. It's a station wagon. It's a 26,000 mile car. We could gut the crap out of it, put fiberglass on it, but no, not this car. That is what the Camaro's for. In the 50s and 60s, DKW had a 2-stroke 3-cylinder. The company called it 3 = 6. Okay, yeah, I guess it has the same number of ignition events per revolution as a inline 6, so I can see why they would say that. Hey, back again. Yep. Let's get 40 likes. Come on, guys. Like the video. Let's go. You gonna start this baby today? No. We're hoping to do that on Sunday. What it do, baby? Hit that like. Yeah. Feel like you've been live a lot lately, Calvin. You doing YouTube full time? Nope. I am just taking a week off of work. And I decided, while I'm not working, I should do other work. I don't know. I don't really know how to take a vacation, I'll be honest. Yeah. Like if I try to just sit there and relax, I just get twitchy and I'm like, I gotta go work on something. Ah! Like, I don't know. I hate going to the beach because it's just like, why am I here? What is this for? Inline six are the best sounding engines, tied with the V10. Yeah, they sound pretty good. I'm still an inline six guy, but maybe this one will convert me. Let's do it again. Good morning, Calvin, and everyone here. Hey, how's it going? Is there any available forged short stroke crankshafts for the 4200? No. Here's an idea. I could use the car for drag week and also support you guys. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I don't know about that. uh, sorry, I was busy for a second, so I didn't hear all of it. Running and burnout capable by when? Hoping Sunday. Hoping Sunday. But we'll see. We're going to keep going live, even if I have to go live in the evenings after work until it runs. How will that engine sound? I don't know. We're gonna find out. Gonna find out. And you're gonna find out here first on the Nivlak 57 YouTube channel. So, I'm tired. All right. So yesterday I got a bunch of wires wired on the wiring harness. So now I'm going to finish up sheathing some of the wires. If you guys want to ask questions, you are welcome to. We are using a 4L80E transmission that I pretty much built myself. It is a Extreme Automatics billet valve body with a it's Extreme Automatics billet valve body with an ATI billet, direct drum, a forged, I don't know if it's forged or billet forward clutch hub. I went to a 300M input shaft. Did some pressure regulator upgrades. The previous builder did a case saver. And I think that is about it. Science, yes. You're going to hear what it sounds like. Very scientific. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing it make noise. Will the high 5 bolt right up to the 4L80? Kind of. Not really. So you have to run an adapter plate to run the Atlas series engines with a 4L80, which is not a huge deal. Everybody freaks out when you got to run an adapter plate. They are readily available and they're not expensive. But the dowel pins are in the same location on the Atlas bell housing pattern as a small block Chevy. So making an adapter yourself is super duper easy if you choose to go that route, or you could just buy one from Atlas Industries. I think they are right around, I think he just had to increase the price, unfortunately, but I think they're like $350 for a billet aluminum 7075 adapter plate. It's a very nice piece. We have one in our Sunbird build that just won 6 Summer. But to make the 5-cylinder bolt up, as we found out on Saturday, we need a bell housing spacer because the flex plate situation in the rear of the 4 and 5 cylinders is a little odd because they had to add balance shafts. You can tell it was very much an afterthought. So we need to make a little more space for ourselves. I've noticed you like one larger turbo over two smaller ones generally. Yeah, I don't like the way that the inline sixes sound when they have they're 2 3-into-1s. You got to merge them for sure, but they still sound a little weird. So I'd rather have one 6-into-1 collector. I think the engine sounds better. And I'm a big sound guy. I like them to sound cool. What are the differences between the street and the race ECU you are running? The race has a lot more I/O, a lot more inputs, a lot more outputs, and it also has built-in EGTs, which is super nice. And since we normally put them on 6 cylinders, or we've only put one on a 6-cylinder, you have 2 extra EGT probes, which you can use to measure all kinds of fun stuff, like compressor inlet temp or compressor outlet temp. And that, as a data junkie, is really cool. Okay. So I should mention that today might be a little shorter of a live stream, just because at some point here, I'm going to have to crawl under the dash for a significant period of time. And I'm not going to be able to keep an eye on chat, so I don't want you guys to like literally just be sitting here staring at a blank car with a head poking up every once in a while. So we're probably just going to end stream a little early today. I also have some plans for the evening. So yeah. What clutch set did you use in the transmission? I just used an FTI rebuild kit, so whatever came in the kit. I'm not a transmission guy. Like I know how to rebuild one. I know how to set the clutch clearances, that kind of thing. But like, if you ask me like, oh, is this clutch better than that clutch? I'm just going to go, uh-huh. Yeah. Which one? I don't know what you're talking about. I know what the components are. I know what to call them. I know generally a decent amount of information, but I would say I'm very, very, very far from an expert on that kind of stuff. So, yeah, whatever came in the FTI rebuild kit. Dual 3-into-1, all equal length into twin scroll single would also sound great. If you do, well, that's the way the Camaro is set up. And my dad's yellow 2010 Camaro. And I gotta say, I don't love the sound. I think it has more to do with the wastegate, because we have 2 independent wastegates. And I think that, since they vent to atmosphere, kind of gets this dueling 3-cylinder sound. My dad likes the way that it sounds, and that's probably all that's important. And people on YouTube seem to like the way that it sounds, so that's cool. But I don't agree. I mean, I guess if you had some way to merge the wastegates, maybe you could make it sound cool. But yeah. Does anyone make a valve springs and spring kit for the engine? I would be interested in seeing if you can do high RPM build. The sound would be amazing. I assume you're talking about for the 5-cylinder. I would want different cams in it to start with, but you can just use the same stuff that we use on the inline 6. All of the details are on the wiki. Just type in Vortec 4200 wiki on Google, It's usually the first link, and we got tons of information on there, so go check it out. Will the max ECU control the transmission too? There is no need for any transmission control with the Extreme Automatics billet valve body. It's all manual. It is all controlled by the spool valve that is actuated by the shifter. So there is no electronics to control. That being said, I am doing some data collection. I have the input shaft speed going in and output shaft speed going into the max ECU because I like to keep a track of if the transmission starts to slip. We've had so many transmission issues. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. We've had a lot of transmission issues in the past, and I like to keep an eye on stuff. Every pass, I generally like, look, okay, is the input shaft speed to output shaft speed ratio where it should be? Because if it starts to slip, you'll see it there first. Good morning. The telemetry you add to the race videos is nice to geek out on. Yep, I like to look at it too, which is why I do it, because it takes a lot of time. Like I probably spend close to an hour per video, per like clip that you see in the video. Takes like about an hour per clip. And I like seeing it too because sometimes it's cool to see the data next to the car and go, oh, that happened there. Okay, that makes more sense. So, I don't know, it's good for data collection and analyzing the data, in my opinion. So that's another one of the reasons that I do it. Also, nobody else does it on YouTube except for the only other person I've seen that does it is RS Garage. And the way that they have it laid out is a little hard to see stuff, I'll be honest. I like the way that I do it better, but I don't know. You guys could give your opinions if you feel so inclined. I had a fever dream last night, Vortec 2.9 in a Subaru Brat. I just learned they have a divorced transfer case. Cool. You should do it. What's going on with your new Camaro build? Right now, actually, that's Forever Fabrications. He is the one who supplied the very, very nice oil pan for the car. Right now, it is sitting over there. And I am trying to collect parts and get it all squared away so that hopefully I want to get the North Star done first because I know people have been waiting for that for a long time. So as soon as that is done, we are going to be right on to the 95 Camaro and we are going to be working on that and trying to get it done as quickly as possible. So how's progress coming? What do you think the schedule for the first start? Hoping for Sunday. We're making good progress. There's a few things we're falling behind on, but I think we can hit it. Yeah, I personally don't like atmosphere wastegates in general, so having divorced dual wastegates would be even worse. Yeah. Does anyone make a hot cam for the fives? Or would you have to get a custom ground? You would have to get a custom ground at the current time. Schneider might be able to do it. They make cams for the 4200, but you would have to get their attention, which seems to be very difficult. Have you ever supercharged a 4200 to see the difference in the power band? No, we haven't, but we plan to. Hear me out. Atlas 5, 4T80, oh boy, MR2. I don't think it would work. The balance shafts, these balance shaft provisions would get into the transmission and you'd have to modify the block. Oh, I just had a thought. Are you considering a ZF 8-speed for the Fairmont after this? Yeah, I would love that. Yeah, I don't really like the 4L80E, I'll be honest. It really lugs the engine down in third. Like when you shift the engine into third, it just and it just I don't know, you can hear the power band just bleh, and I don't know, with the 5-cylinder with stock cams, they may actually do better. Um, but being 1 cylinder down, it's probably still gonna bog. So we'll see. What about a Fiero? I'd consider it, maybe someday. Um, so how's the Quattro Fairmont? It's coming along. I'm trying to wrap up the wiring harness. So yeah. Um, I like it. All American, yes. 4-speed auto equals icky for a handling car. And IMO, anything mid-engine should absolutely be/remain a handling car. See, I like drag cars because that's what I was brought up with. So if we were to do that, I would probably try to do drag racing with it, as dumb as that sounds. I mean, Boosted Boys MR2 is like one of my favorite builds on YouTube, and it'd be cool to kind of sort of emulate it. Awesome to hear. We've been cracking at work. Glad to hear it. Yeah, if you guys are looking for oil pans for the Vortec 4200, Forever Fabrication has come out with what I believe to be the best solution out there. It is a very low profile oil pan with bat wings so that you can get your capacity back, and it should fit just about anything you could possibly ever want. So go check out Forever Fabrications. They do really nice work. It would be sick if you end up putting all-wheel drive system in this. Yeah, the thought has popped in my head. Have you ever you have a North Star. I had an 03 SDS. Figured out how to keep the carbon buildup from building. I drove it the same way I drove my EG Civic, which was brisk but not abusive. Yep, that sounds like a good way to drive your car to me.
I need 30 seconds here.
Okay. Any thoughts on using an Allison 10-speed? What would it take for the electronics controls? I don't really have a ton of desire for that, just because they're very, very heavy. Oh. You sure? Okay. All right, that might be my oil pan showing up, which is coming from Atlas Industries. Nah, the M2 would be for handling. It'd be infinite wheelies, but Boosted Boys MR2 doesn't wheelie anymore. I mean, he runs a weight plate, so that's why. But you know, I don't know. It would be fun. I think it would be cool. Thoughts on a 7-speed DCT? I have one. My thoughts. You should throw a dual clutch transmission on that. Truly the American Quattro. Okay, yeah. I mean, I have one. We could. The problem with the 7-speed is apparently they're not very good at launching. And I would like to drag race the car. So what I want to use the 7-speed on is a land speed car because you don't need to launch. So that's my thoughts on that. Do you think first gear? Sorry, I'm cut off. I gotta scroll up because you guys are asking a lot of questions, which is totally fine. I just it's hard to keep up. Do you think first gear in the 8 HP is useless for most vehicles? It's such a widespread from second. For the street, it's nice because I have my Trailblazer locked out from going into first, and pulling out from a stop sign is nice. It's nice to have first. But for drag racing, I think it's probably not useful. Do you plan to stuff in all that extra room? What do you plan to stuff in all that extra room from dropping the cylinder, larger radiator? Now, it already has a pretty good sized radiator. Frankly, I was hoping to have some empty space in the engine bay so that it was easier to work on. So, yeah, that's the goal there. Someone put an 8 HP in a Miata for endurance racing. It overheated and stopped working. I think because the TCU is in the trans. Okay, well that sucks. Also put some EBC green stuff pads in the STS. Was nice to get more than 8 months on a set of pads. Huh, I'm surprised you were going through pads that fast. That's wow. Just don't end up like Ellis George on your roof in a Fiero. Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. I think would be better to shift the weight rearward via custom transaxle conversion. Okay. I don't think. Sorry. Am I still? Okay. All right. I think would be better to stick the weight rearwards via a custom transaxle conversion of a ZF8 with a D-Dion axle and a satchel link to combat the downside of the IRS and the SRA. Yeah, Ellis George's problem was because the engine was facing backwards. I don't think he was using a transaxle. It wasn't mid-mounted, it was rear-mounted. Would be really cool if the pans came with a single wing option and a deeper sump. Okay. Hey, our oil pan just showed up, guys. That's a great sign because I could really use that. Yeah, he has a laser ride height sensor. Yep. So the 5-cylinder was available with stick shift, just saying. I'm a bolt action guy and I've driven a Colorado 5-speed. Yep, that would be cool. We have one. Pretty sure the Camaro is a stick, but I could be wrong. Our Camaro is not a stick. I'm gonna be honest, you're really out of my league here. Okay, well. If you want to learn, this is a great place to do it. Ugh. I just arrived. I was afraid I might have missed first start. Nope, the engine's still sitting here on the stand. Yeah, the back 2 cylinders are on the wheelies. Yeah, oh, all right. All right, I guess we're gonna do an unboxing, guys. This just showed up hot off the press. Big thanks to Eric from Atlas Industries. He pretty much dropped everything to build this oil pan for us. I gotta really give him a lot of credit because I did not make his job easy. But from the pictures that I saw, he knocked it out of the park. So let's see what we got. Hey, he heard me thinking. He heard me thinking. That's funny. So this is actually really cool because he gave us a fitting to screw into the block for the oil feed mod, and I needed one of those, and he must have known that. So I didn't even ask him to send that. That's actually really cool. All right, here we go, guys. Ooh, Ooh, look at this piece of jewelry. Look at that. All right. So you left a little room for our downpipe. It looks like the one side. No. Okay. Wow. That's nice. So he said he thinks it'll hold 9 quarts, which is what we need. So if you guys are looking for oil pans, go check out these guys. They make some really nice stuff. He also left the pan sump floor at the same location as a normal 5-cylinder. So it's the same depth, which we found out that the 5-cylinder pan fits this chassis like it was made for it. It was incredible. So, yeah, I'm excited about this.
Some of those welds look like a machine made it.
Yeah, some of these, yeah, my dad, look at these welds. I mean, guy's a machine. He's a machine. So he said he forgot to throw the dipstick into the box, which is not a big, or the drain plug into the box, which not a big deal. It's just a quarter NPT, so, you know. I'll just have to get a quarter NPT drain plug. Oh my goodness. Woe is me. Nah, it's all good. So hopefully we can throw the engine in for the final install today. So that kind of changes my plans a little bit. I would like to feed the wiring harness through the firewall before we do that, because it's a lot easier to do it without an engine in there. So we're going to do that. Don't forget to make the unboxing video face. Oh my gosh, it's amazing. A free blanket. Yeah, we got a free blanket too. Can keep me warm at night. Wow, I'm so lucky. Great minds think alike. It's pretty. Yeah, that's a pretty pan. Yeah. It's definitely a deep pan. I mean, it's no deeper than the factory one, so we had room for that. Since I have been subscribed to you, Calvin, I have seen many more channels talking about the Vortec 4200 kicking around. Trying to build one. Looks like you have started a fad. Yes, that kind of was the goal. I was hoping that more people would do them. So, I need a few decades of practice welding to get that good. Yeah, I'm not that good. I'm getting closer, but I'm not that good. Yep, very nice pan. Pro tip, the 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive pickups have different sump heights, so you guys can really dial in the ground clearance with the pan. Yeah, so there's 2 different oil pan options for the 5-cylinder. The 4-wheel drive pan has a deeper sump. The 2-wheel drive is the more go-to pan, I would say, and that's what this one is based off of. So I already have a pickup tube. It's sitting over there, so we're good there. Other people have done Turbo Colorados. Pretty sure TST, Roads, Untraveled, or that dude in blue did a video once. Okay. I'll be honest, I haven't done a ton of looking into that. I talked to one of Jimmy Oak's workers pretty regularly, and I've been sending him all your stuff because Jimmy loved exploring. Cheap engine swaps, rear mounted oil pans are preferred for drifting. Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, it'd be cool to see him do one. You need a 5 is greater than 6 shirt now. Yeah, that could be. Yeah, I gotta see if I fall in love with this thing first. Would it have been possible to use the old loom and configure the ECU for 5 injector/coil outputs rather than 6? Yes, it would have. The main harness plug on the race has a very similar pinout, and I believe the plug is the same. So I could have pretty easily reconfigured it, but I needed to make a new harness. That one was pretty beat. Oaks is the truth. Genuinely good folks over there. Yeah, I've seen him at PRI once, and he was busy doing something, so I didn't want to bother him. But yeah, I have seen him. I've seen him from a distance. Yes. Are you waiting on more parts? Not really. I don't think so. Have you ever made a dry sump? Curious if it's possible to do at home. Yeah, it's definitely possible to do at home. We've never done one yet just because I haven't really seen a need to. Um, okay, when are you gonna see a video of the 4200 swap all-wheel drive Colorado? Oh, he's talking to Badlands. Okay, Miata. Oh, okay. I will have to look at your channel, Miata. I'm apparently we got a bunch of celebrities in the comments. We had Sleeper Dude in the comments. We've had Matt in the comments. Quite a few. Well, actually, Sleeper Dude's been in the comments almost every day. Um, we got Nate from the Sarton Brothers. Big celeb right there. Uh, yeah, we've had quite a few big names drop in here. I'm pretty honored. Uh, Been waiting on his V8 Porsche update. Startup video today? No, definitely not. Yeah, you'll know that we're starting it up because it will probably be in the thumbnail or the title. Okay.
The gray shocks. I've looked up there. I've looked in your
Mm-hmm.
trailblades. I've looked in the basement.
Yeah. Um.
Take a look.
All right. I'm back. Uh. You're thinking about four-wheel drive? Go for a BMW 8 HP xDrive transmission and a BMW 44-40 transfer case from a Charger 5.7. Okay. Yeah, I haven't even begun to think about that. That is so far down the road of something that I want to do anti-lag and like that kind of stuff first before we even. Okay, this is the boost controller. Yeah, it's just not on my list of things right now. But maybe someday. We'll see. We'll see. Um, it would have been smart. If I wanted to do an all-wheel drive build, I probably should have done it in the car that came all-wheel drive. My Trailblazer. Probably would have saved myself a lot of trouble. Nah. We'll see. We'll see. I guess I just like making my life difficult. I don't know. I can't figure out how to reply to your comment. Here, though, I would love to do an Atlas swap someday. Well, cool. Yeah, I mean, reach out. I can help how I can. I'll try to help how I can. Yeah. Words. Tired. Very. Yes. Me. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hey everyone, what's the project? Yeah, what's everybody working on today? Yep, there you go. Dad found the shocks. Yeah, Calvin, if you ever get bored and want to see me beat the tar out of a turbo nitrous LS Miata, I've got some pretty cool videos on my channel, not just local celebrity. No, just local celebrity for now, though. Okay. I'll check it out. Okay, so I need another power wire for my idle motor. So that's what I'm working on right now. I said yesterday that we were done with splicing, but we're not. Okay, I got my crimpers. Where did my... Oh, they're in the car, you dummy. Yo, big dummy. You can control the all-wheel drive with the PWM signal from the Max ECU. Okay, so it's like a Tesla system on a or GTR, I believe. They're that way too, or something. What do I know? What do I know? I just watch Rob Dom. I just watch Rob Dom. Blech. Oh, okay. Get back over here. So my goal is to get this wiring harness done-ish. There's a few lengths that we can't really determine yet because we need the engine to be in the car. And so we just got our oil pan from Atlas Industries, so we can actually drop the oil pan into the car and start getting final lengths on the wiring, but we can do that with the wiring in the car. Alright, you guys are just vibing in the chat. Vibing in the chat. Check out Tommy F. Yeah for Skyline GTR stuff. That guy, like, you know, you can see the passion there, but like, I don't know. You guys heard my thoughts on like numbers matching car stuff yesterday and how I feel about it. And I'll just say I would not build my cars the way that he does. So, yeah. He's probably a pretty chill dude, but I would not build my cars anywhere close to the way that he does. Because cars are meant to be abused and beaten and used. And I don't like when people, or I should say, I could not ever see building a car like that where it's just like this idol to be worshipped. So, just not my style. But more power to him. If he enjoys it, that is his right. But I did find it very, very, very funny when Whistling Diesel put out his video basically making fun of him and saying, these are, you know, Tommy did these are my Nismo sunglasses. I'm going to set them down on my Nismo valve cover with my Nismo blah, blah, blah. And Whistling Diesel was like, this is my broken camshaft. I'm going to put it on top of my broken piston with my broken camshaft. that one got me. That was really, really funny. All right. I need to find. Thought I put them in here. Ah, looks like it's going to be a robot spaghetti day for Calvin. Yeah, well, kinda. We might have a little bit of variety because our oil pan just showed up from Atlas Industries, and we're probably gonna drop the engine in for the final time today, which would be pretty cool. Are you using an electric water pump? Yes. Can I ask what happened to Sick Weekend? I don't know. I don't know. I was not. I didn't know that there was a Sick Weekend. Um, the video had me screaming at the TV, waiting. Wait till Whizzle and Diesel finds out if you. My cursor's in the way of the message. Hang on. I want to read it. Wait until Whistle and Diesel finds out that if you slam any cam over a brick block, it will break in half. Yeah, that 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 segment of the video was very stupid. It was like, yeah, that's how cams work. They're not designed to take whatever. When you shock load a camshaft like that, it's gonna break. But it still made me laugh because he was just making fun of Tommy, you know, broken camshaft on top of my broken piston with my broken camshaft. It's just, I don't know, it was really funny. Made me laugh. Happy birthday, thanks. Appreciate it. Yep, thanks, Nate. Thanks for the birthday wish. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get back to wiring. I have a lit torch in my hand. Let's not catch ourselves on fire today. Happy birthday. Thanks, guys. Thanks. We were told to wait until 11 to wish you a happy birthday. Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. I'll take it. Uh, Good source for ZF 8HP transmission, BMW 7 Series. Sure, yeah. Whatever floats your boat. Just, yeah, cool. As long as you can get an adapter kit that adapts it to your engine of choice. Or if you're bolting it to a BMW, you don't have to do that. Sounds like a win to me. HP transmission is a design designation only. They're normally called ZF8. Okay, I call them 8 HP because that's what most people in my area call them. But maybe I should use ZF8 because if that's the more commonly referred to term, then that would definitely improve my SEO, which is important. And you're running a YouTube channel. Happy birthday, thank you. You guys are very kind. Thank you. Currently singing happy birthday to you from my shop. Well, thanks. That's very nice. I'm at the point in my life where birthdays are more of like a, alright, cool. You know, it's not really like a thing that I put much thought into other than, oh, it's another day. Cool. That's always nice. Who is going to start first, your or your dad's project? Probably mine, unless something goes really, really wrong. Because his needs a pretty significant amount of work. ZF is the company that builds them. Yep, I'm fully aware. I just always thought that the more common term was 8 HP. But maybe I should use both. There you go. I forgot what the official one was. ZF 8 HP, 95, 75, etc. Yeah. I just want the one that people search in the search engine more commonly. Because that's how you get people to find your videos. Or I'll use both and cover both bases. There you go. A little inside baseball for you guys. I just call them another Dodge transmission. Well, all right. Don't jinx it. Well, that's why I qualified it. See, if you admit that it can happen, it might not happen. I don't know. If it can happen, it will happen. Now you need a shirt that says 5 equals 8. There you go. There you go. I like that. Put both hashtags. There you go. Yup. Because I'm sure the Dodge guys probably call them 8 HPs, I would guess. So I've not really heard them say ZF8. They always are like, oh, the 8 HP 70, or the 8 HP 90, or the Hellcat transmission, or the whatever. So. Alright, so I'm currently putting sleeves over my wires because it looks better. And I just forgot about a wire that I need to add for the alternator. See, that's the problem with these wiring harnesses. It's always like, oh crap, I forgot about that. Oh crap, I forgot about that. Not a big deal. So you remember when I said this would be the last splice? I lied. Let me know if you need any sensor diagrams. I work at a GM dealership and can get you connector views and diagrams. Okay. Actually, somebody helped me out with that. Well, a few of you helped me out with that yesterday. So some of you need to get back to me and tell me which shirt you want. So if anybody's in the comments from yesterday, I believe it's Jay and there was another guy. Email me back with which shirt you want and I will get it to you. That or I'm going to just pick for you. So you have like a couple days. The one guy sent me his address, so yeah. And if he doesn't reply, I'm just going to pick one for him. Calvin, back at it again. Yeah, Sean Collins. He was one of the ones that was helping me yesterday with the pinout, funny enough. Here's a list of cars they were installed in at Wikipedia. Yep. There you go. Calvin, I want you to know that I appreciate what you do for us. You're keeping a special place on YouTube alive that we don't get to see much anymore. I look forward to all of your videos. Well, thanks. That's very kind of you. I'm just doing what I think is cool. And you guys seem to think it's cool too. So that's cool. Cool. I'll be back. Gonna get ready for a Chevelle concert. All right. Hope you have a good time. And no worries. Glad you stopped by. 5 and 10 cylinders are special because they create musical fifth note or something like that. Yeah, I've heard something like that. I don't know. Gotta take it for a drive, and I'm sure it'll bite me, and then I'm gonna be infected with the 5-cylinder disease. Looking forward to it though. Grassroots motorsports are the best motorsports. Yeah, I like grassroots. About transverse auto gearbox. A girl at college had an automated manual and wanted to improve it. Neat. Hey Calvin, what's your opinion on direct injection? Thanks for all the awesome videos and happy birthday. Thank you. I like direct injection. It will make more horsepower than port injected. Problem is it's not really affordable. And it's harder for a layman to just pick it up and learn. It's so much more expensive and there's a much steeper learning curve, I would say. I mean, not that you can't figure it out, but like, you know, there's just a lot more that goes into it. It's like, you know, getting into diesel stuff. There's just a lot of, it's like diesel, but more complicated. You know, diesels kind of like handle themselves mechanically. Whereas like direct injection, it's all electronic and you got to learn about injection timing. There's this new variable called injection timing. You don't have just ignition timing, you have injection timing now. But it's definitely better. It's just expensive. And we plan to do a direct injected build in the near future. We have all the parts to do it, just haven't done it yet. Speaking of, okay, you guys are really firing off the comments. I like it. Since the engine is outside of the car, couple questions. How long is it from translands to front cover and front crank pulley? I actually measured that for somebody yesterday, but if I remember when I'm up again, I will measure it. I'm out doing warranty review failure analysis in Indiana and West Michigan today. About to do about as fun as wiring. Yep. Well, good luck with that today. Speaking of Chevelle, when you get the North Star all figured out, it'd be sick to see you do like a resto mod with a vintage Chevelle. Yeah, that would be cool. I was interested because automated shifting is common in racing, but for some reason it was not good in the streets. Huh. Okay. All this talk about all-wheel drive transmissions, they failed to see the easy way of doing it. Front engine in the front, engine in the back. Ah, there you go. Yeah, somebody's got it figured out. This the man that beat Cletus? Yeah, unofficially. Unofficially, I suppose. I'd love to get a Ford or Chevelle since two-doors are probably out of my price range. Yeah, the two-door stuff is really going through the roof. Okay. Yeah, it needs to be baked into the engine design from the outset. Hard to bolt it on. Yeah, I've had dumb thoughts about retrofitting it to like an engine from the 60s just to be ignorant, but you know, who knows? Dang, he never left the chair. Yeah, I've been here all night. I slept here. Can we paint it Chevy orange? No. Sorry. Did you get a weight? I missed yesterday completely. Well, once we get the oil pan on it, I wanted to wait until the oil pan was on it, and then we were going to weigh it. So, coming soon. Garage 54 borrowed a Toyota diesel pump and tied it with the crank, pump gas into port injectors. Okay, cool. I'm sure you could make it work that way. All right. Well, it's day 7. Did I forget to change the title? I'm really excited to see and hear this 5-cylinder run. I'm living vicariously through you and you folks on your channel. About 3 weeks ago, I ran out and bought a 2006 Trailblazer. Ah, welcome to the gang, the Trailblazer gang. If you want to bolt DI on a 60s engine, I am in for that crap. Yeah. I just want to do it because it would be really dumb. Just be really stupid. Just so stupid. Like, one of the dumbest things you could do. But I want to do it anyways. Because I'm stupid. Alright. Garage 54 did wood pistons. I did not know that. That is wild. Alright. So we're gonna trim it there. Put DI and VVT on an 8.1 liter. I think somebody did that. Somebody did that. I'm like 99% sure somebody did that. It might not have been an 8.1. It might have been some other big block, but yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody did that. MSD two-stepper, nah, they work. They work good. I remember watching a video about a guy that had direct injection on a Chevy big block. Don't remember the name of the video. Yeah, I'm 99% sure somebody did that. Larry Hover at Corvette Depot. Yeah, I remember it was some Corvette thing. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, they like made their own cylinder head casting, which is crazy. Ardema did in a Corvette. Okay, well, there you go. Greg Quirin on YouTube. There you go. There you go. When you going to get a Steve Morris engine? Dreams. I don't know. I mean, sure, if I was given one, I would certainly take it, but I don't know. They're just not really my style. I like small engines that rev really, really high, as ideally as high as possible. You know, sure, I would find something to put as an SMX in or something, you know, an SML, whatever. But I don't know. I just, you know, he seems to make some really, really nice products. Yeah, that's about all I gotta say. Have you ever thought about doing a V6 project? Yes. No moon talk today. Yeah, we're not going to talk about whether we went to the moon or didn't go to the moon or anything like that. I mean, if you guys want to talk about that, I don't care. But uh, shoot, I'd rather see him build one better than he can buy. That would be really cool factor. Yeah, I like what Steve is doing with his billet deck LS right now because he's really just like it's like he's turning the whole industry on its lid. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm just some random dude who likes six cylinders, so I don't know, but it might work great. I think it's gonna crack the block because it's creating like a big stress riser right along the length of the block, but it might work great. I might be just blowing hot air. We'll see. We'll see. I am happy that somebody is willing to go out on a limb and try something. That's pretty cool. Steve is working on a sneaky 5.3 casting. Yeah, yep, that's exactly what I was just talking about. All right. All right, we're not doing that one yet. Yep, I've got to do that again. There's my cam. I should have one more wire down in here. There's my injectors. Oh boy. There's IAT. Not doing this one yet, but might as well get it out. What was your thought on Steve Moore's clear intake manifold? That was awesome to watch. Yeah, that was really, really cool to watch. He does some really, really cool stuff. And yeah. Yeah, I'm a big fan. He gonna ban me for bringing up Steve. Why would I ban you? I like Steve. DOHC on an LV3 would be interesting. Yeah. Probably be better to start with a 3.6 to be honest, just because it's a 60 degree, so you don't have to do the split pin crankshaft, which is one minor annoyance. It's going to make the crankshaft weaker when you do that. Where? There we go. LV3, what is that? I'm not up on that. That's the Generation 5 4.3 liter. Generation 5 small block based 4.3 liter came in like 2014 to present Colorados and Silverados and that sort of thing. With the integrated exhaust manifold, I guess somebody is love to see a 4200 in a Skyline or Supra with some other popular JDM sports car just to piss the JDM guys off. Well, we have a 4200 swapped Supra sitting outside, actually. It has turned into quite a bit more of a project than we were hoping for, but yeah. All right. The LV3 V6 is based on the Gen 5 LT Series V8. Yes. Correct. So today is going to be a lot more eventful than I was thinking it was going to be. I was thinking that it would be mostly me underneath the dash, wiring, but sounds like we are going to get the engine installed, which would be pretty cool. Pretty cool. Okay, yeah, I can't wait for the Supra to come fully to fruition. I think it's gonna ruffle some feathers. Yeah. Yeah. Ba, ba, ba. If Nate's still on here, how's LS Fest treating you, Nate? You guys having a good time? Anybody else out at LS Fest? Are you using a 3500 head gasket or a 3700? I'm using a 3500. You need a new shirt now. 5 is greater than 6 is greater than 8. There you go. Good morning from Quakertown. How's it going, brother? It's going great. I am getting closer on the wiring. So I had allotted 2 days to wiring because I figured it would take me 2 complete days. Might take me longer, but we'll see. Wiring always takes 8 times as long as I want it to. So, yeah. All right. I need to go find my crimps. I thought I threw them in here, but I don't think I did. And I want the right size ones, so I'm gonna run into my house real quick. So you guys be good. I'll be right back. So short break, guys. Short break. Unless I put it somewhere here. I don't see it. All right, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. I found them. Breaking the law. Hey, you behave. It's your birthday, right? Yep, it's my birthday. Someone who drives. Happy birthday. Thank you. Thanks for the happy birthday wishes, guys. That's okay. We are getting inching closer. Inching. 1 inch at a time. Sometimes that's how you gotta make progress. 5 minutes a day goes a long way. Sometimes you only have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, you do a 5-minute job. Could be cleaning up tools or laying out tools for the next time. Could be coming up with a plan. But if you have 5 minutes, you do a 5-minute job. People are making a big deal out of the split pin crankshafts, but look at the 3800, it doesn't seem to care. Yeah, I know the GTR guys definitely find the limit on that. I'm talking about the R35 GTR. Or some. But for the horsepower levels that we would probably shoot for, probably would be fine. 90-degree V6s sound better than 60 degrees anyway. Not sure how it would sound any different if it's a split pin even fire. I don't really like the sound of any of them. Except for the 3.6. 3.6 sounds decent. But that's just me. You guys have heard my opinions on that at length many times this week. Happy Life Day, Calvin, by the way. Thanks. I did the calcs for my Accord, even with a built J35 spinning 8200. If I want to turn 2000 at 55 and 6, we'll max out at 160 miles per hour. A close 1 through 6 will give me 185 at 45 at 2000, and 2500 is 60. Okay. Yep, I do those types of calculations quite often myself. It's, yep. Some people think gear ratio is magic. It's just math. Okay. Alright, now we're arguing about whether an even fire or an odd fire sounds better. To be honest, I haven't really heard an odd fire. I wouldn't be able to pick it out. But I agree, an even fire should sound better. Okay, hooking up the VVT solenoid plug at the moment. So, yeah. Split pin or even fire. Yes, that is correct. I just don't know why a 90-degree split pin or a 60-degree non-split pin that are both even fire, I don't really understand how they would sound any different from one another. Maybe they have a different firing order? I don't know. not something I have put a ton of research into, because it's not really something I'm super interested in. But who knows? Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Have you explored any more into camshafts? No, I've been focused on getting the car running. I have not had any time to really think about almost anything else. So it has been kind of a marathon, and I feel like we're falling behind. So, no, I have not. All right. Has anyone reached out to Bob Lazar? He could tell us which sounds better. Yeah, yeah. Somebody get a hold of him. Love to have him on. Of course, he'd probably get a headache halfway through. But you know, maybe for the first half of the interview, he could give us his opinion. Hey, sleeper dude, how's it going? Have you left this room this week? I have, but not that you've seen. As far as you guys know, I've been here. I was born here. Uh, yeah, I was up till 2 a.m. last night working on trying to get this wiring harness further along. Wiring always takes forever. It's like, oh yeah, I'll knock that out in an afternoon. 3 days later, still not done. Questioning life decisions. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's like the Truman Show. There you go. There you go. I've never actually seen that movie. I should watch it someday. There's a lot of movies I haven't seen because we just weren't big movie people. We were too busy working on cars. Like I watched Forrest Gump for the first time when I was in college. Like that's normally like a something you watch young in your upbringing as like a inspirational, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of movies I haven't seen. I didn't watch the Terminator. I think I've only seen Terminator 2 because they say that's the good one. I watched that in college for the first time too. I was a big Star Wars kid. Watched those movies like over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Just literally on loop. Uh, have you ever watched Full Metal Jacket? I've seen like the beginning part, like the part that like it has the shift halfway through, where it's like it has like the beginning part and then the end part. I've seen up to the part where it shifts to the second part of the movie, because I hear that that's like where it kind of jumps the shark. What about Interstellar? Have you seen that? Yes, that is one of my favorite movies. Um, have you seen any significant difference in spool up on ball bearing versus journal bearing? Um, Yes, but I don't know if I attribute it to the ball bearing because it was also we've never done like a back-to-back like same size turbo for same size turbo. One is just ball bearing, one is journal. But the one that Precision sent me that was a ball bearing, that sucker lit up quick. Um, Honestly, I wish I still had that thing because I sent it back because it wasn't meeting my power goals. And yeah, they sent me back another one that I wasn't too pleased with. Calvin, you think it'll make more than 600 horsepower? Hope so. Love what you do, brother. Appreciate that. Yes, I think it will. Calvin, do you think? Oh, I already read that one. If only I could get a Bugatti W16 and leave a head and 8 pistons off. There you go. VR8. Do you intend to do more 5 cylinders? Or do you think it will be one and done? I don't know. That will depend entirely on what it sounds like. If it sounds really cool, we'll probably do more. Yeah, balance shafts are the worst. Alright, if you were building an engine from scratch, what compression ratio would you shoot for on a turbo car? Obviously, it depends on your fuel type, but we have lots of E85 in our neck of the woods, so I would probably do like 10.5 to 1. Okay, okay. What about a 5 is greater than the 8? Yeah, we might have to do that. Um, a lot of you have asked for it, so might be good. Yeah, 10.5. You don't want to go too weak on the compression ratio because it will help spool the turbo with a little more compression ratio. If it was like real long duration stuff like land speed racing, I'd actually want a little less compression ratio, just because there's so much heat buildup. It really depends, I guess, on your intercooler setup and that kind of thing. So I don't know. If we were doing land speed racing, I'd probably do like 9.5. Yeah. Have you ever thought about doing a 3-cylinder in something? Um, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't, but to answer your question, um, I don't know if I would really want to take that on because that has the problems that a 5-cylinder has with imbalance and a 4-cylinder because 4 cylinders have vibration. 3-cylinder would be even worse. And you also have the teeter-tottering of the crankshaft. So I don't know. What max ECU are you running to fire this Freedom Burghini? It will be a max ECU Street. Okay. Right. I need to look up pinout for low dollar motorsports pressure sensor. Because sometimes they're different. Okay, 5 volt, low reference. 50. Yeah, for a pump gas engine, I would probably shy towards less compression ratio. Like 9 something. That's just me though. And that's just based, I've never done a pump gas engine, so this is not based off of experience. This is based off of just what I've seen other people be successful with. Okay, got that one done. The GR Corolla 3-cylinder block is good for 800 horsepower. It's motorsports grade, yep. But they are open deck, which kind of sucks. Yeah, I followed Ryan Turk's build on his 3-cylinder, and it was pretty cool. But it also looked very, very expensive. Because they had to do the deck plate and all kinds of business. Happy birthday, thanks. I would have sent you some racing roller rockers for the Atlas engine, but they're not, but they're manufactured from unobtainium and intergalactic backorder. Well, that stinks. Maybe we could get Bob Lazar to help with that. Right, guys? Nobody's gonna understand what I'm talking about. Somehow Bob Lazar came up in yesterday's stream. Because I said, I was referring to my wiring harness and said, I do not do concentric twist because I'm not trying to go to the moon. Then we got on to whether or not we went to the moon. And then we got on to Bob Lazar somehow. You know. If we're talking about conspiracy theories, let's go deep on the conspiracy theories. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and pin this one because I can. Ugh. Pump E till the day I die. For real. Preach, brother. Preach. Yeah. It's just so cheap. That's the attractive part about it. It's just so affordable. It's everywhere and it's affordable. And it's race gas from the pump. What is this? Oh, that's that. All right, no, not you. You? No. You? No. You. How's LS Fest treating you, Nate? You guys having a good time? Lazar is out lighting fires at Area 51. I run 8-to-1 compression with forged internals, rotating assembly with 93 on 30 psi. Yep. Yeah. I mean, there you go. Sounds like I'm not too far off. Well, of course, you're 8-to-1. So maybe I need to be more alright, more conservative. Yeah, we have pump E85 everywhere. So why would I run a more sketchy fuel. There's no reason. Yes, 2002, a BMW 2002 is a model, not a year. Well, it is a year as well, but it's a model of car. It's a pretty cool looking car, too. All right, I'm hooking up a Deutsch connector for my boost controller because that's how I have it set up in the car, so that I can unplug it and replace it if I need to. Crazy, I know, right? E98 cheaper than C16. Should be. No Pumpy 85 near me. Sorry about your luck. The 85 is definitely cheaper than race gas. Exactly. You guys know. You know. Yeah, something I try to do on my wiring harnesses is if I have plugs in a similar area, don't use the same plug. Say you got two 3-pin plugs and you're using like two Deutsch connectors to connect those. Use a female on the one and a male on the other so you can't possibly plug them in wrong. That way, there's no confusion. But sometimes you're tired and you're not thinking straight and you just want to go to bed. Sometimes you hook that wire to the wrong wire and bad things happen. Okay, got our boost controller wire. All right, so we're gonna do our cam sensor. And we're gonna do, not gonna do that one because I wanna get the length when it's in the car. Not gonna do that one. And not gonna do that one until it's in the car. All right. Nice, you involved with the, okay, you're chatting amongst yourselves. Good for you guys. All right, now we're talking about the oil crisis. I'm just talking about all of the world's going ons these days. Ba, ba, ba. Doink. All right, so I gotta look up the pinout on this guy. And I forgot to, dang it. Okay, I gotta remember to do that. So resistor soldered in here somewhere. Uh, yeah, if I were in your shoes, I'd be 98% distracted by chat. I'd have to completely ignore it or completely engage with it. ADHD problems like that, yeah. I hear ya. Yeah. Cheap stuff. Good stuff, cheap. Good stuff, cheap. Hmm. Chevron just bought Hess in Texas. I didn't even know Hess was still around. Um, Anyone tried to separate gas from pump E85? I have not, but I suppose it would be possible. They probably have different densities. I know the densities are very close to one another, which is why you can run them in different mixtures to one another, but I would imagine if you separated them with like a centrifuge or something, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. All right. So, when wiring the alternator on these 4200s, you wired the exact same way that you would a Ford NLS. You have to solder a resistor in line with it, and it works. So I'm actually going to do this on the car, because then I can get my wire length right. So that could stay there. I don't feel like doing it right now. Okay? Okay, good. I'm glad. Sheesh. Oh, anyone else think gas and exhaust smells kind of good? Mm, not, not really for me. Exhaust smells terrible to me. Hess found a big oil find in the Permian Basin. Okay, good for them. That's yeah, cool. Cool. I have a hood dump on my daily. I love the smell of exhaust fumes in the morning. Good for you. I'm glad that that makes you happy. I'm sure your neighbors love you so much. uh, all right. So let's wire up our cam sensor. And then after this is done, then we're going to do the injector plug. And then I think we're going to shove this harness into the car. And that will allow us to drop the engine into the chassis, which would be cool. And I'm really looking forward to that. And then I gotta spend a stupid amount of time underneath the dash on this car. So that'll probably take us till like I bet that'll take us around 3 hours. So we'll probably wrap up the stream around 3 o'clock today. Yeah, just guesstimating. So it's gonna be a little shorter today, just because I don't want to be underneath the dash and not able to interact with you guys. Have you had much trouble with E85 messing with anything in the fuel system when it's been parked for extended periods of time? So No, no, we haven't. I mean, we normally use plastic fuel cells. We're very careful with our anodized fittings to make sure that um, they don't have any of the anodization scraped off of them. We run stainless steel element filter elements. Um, we run PTFE fuel lines or stainless steel hard line, like in the case of this car. So we're pretty disciplined about what type of components that we use in our cars to make sure that they don't have issues. So that could be um, why we don't have issues. Yeah. So yeah. I haven't had trouble with it, but you hear a lot of people acting like it's a big deal. Yeah, I haven't had any trouble with it, I'll be honest. Hey Calv, I know you said the first start running vid stream will have that in the title or thumbnail, but when do you think you'll be at that point? 2 more days, 3 more, a surprise? I'm hoping Sunday. I really hope it's going to be Sunday, because that would be great. If it's not flex fuel, you're asking for trouble, or redo the whole system like racers do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, but you know, you shouldn't use like rubber fuel lines and stuff. We've gotten away with some stuff, I'll say that, but I don't know. Maybe best to flush it out with regular pump in a normal car. Yeah, I mean, we've left E85 on injectors. You know, there's a couple different types of injectors that you can run. Some of them have a stainless steel pintle. Some of them, I would assume it's mild steel pintle or some other alloy. And um, we've left non-stainless steel injectors with E85 sitting on them for very long periods of time, and the car fired right up. No issues. So maybe we've just gotten lucky, or maybe it's not an issue. I don't know. Bulk ECU custom. Here we go. All right. Ignition coil. All right. Camshaft position sensor. A is the 12-volt reference. Factory cars code lean. Yeah, I would imagine you need to inject more fuel when you're running ethanol. So there you go. Okay, there's the plug. It's right here, you dummy. You put it right on your lap so that you could find it. You big goof. You goof. All right, all right. I'm going to start with one. Doink. I've heard the big problem is leaving the fuel system open to air is the worst. Yeah, I've heard the same with like when running methanol. And Devin Vanderhoof actually has a really good video on how he like winterizes cars with methanol, and I'm sure that some of it would apply to ethanol. You know, one of the problems with ethanol is it's hygroscopic, meaning it will take in air out of the, or take in moisture out of the air and absorb it into the fuel. I have seen issues where like you come back to a car after the winter and it's empty and it's like, well, I had fuel in here, and I think it's actually like evaporating out of the tank. on me. I have had that happen before, where it's like I'm constantly having to fill this car with fuel. It's like, where does it all go? And I think it's like evaporating out of the tank or something. All right, set that there. Where's my shrink sleeve? Shrink sleeve. Shrink sleeve. Or maybe I just hit the throttle too hard when I drive my cars. Maybe it's me. It's probably me. It's definitely me. Okay, I need shrink sleeve. That will work. Affirmative. The fuel is floating over China now. Oh. Have you ever messed with methanol injection at all? Yes, we have. We did a second set of fuel rails with methanol. We had E85 on the primary injectors and methanol on the secondary fuel injectors on the Datsun. That worked really well. We also did methanol injection right into the throttle body on the Sunbird when it had the LS in it. And I will say that stock plastic intake manifolds are not meant to have fuel flow through them, and they do not distribute that fuel in very evenly across the cylinders. So what ended up happening on that is we were spraying enough methanol into the throttle body that I had to take out like 30% of the fuel from the primary injectors when the methanol came on. So we were injecting a lot of methanol. And, every time I took fuel out of it, it picked up more power. And, but what ended up happening was it fire slotted the head because obviously one of the cylinders was running pretty lean. And that's no bueno. No bueno. So on the Datsun, it worked out a whole lot better, but we were running stock pistons on that engine, and we ended up collapsing the skirts and creating a whole lot of blow-by. But it was still a fun experiment. I'd do it again. Maybe not with stock pistons, but yeah. Yeah, we ended up doing that. We had one tank in the back with the E85 in it. And we had one tank in the front that was with the methanol in it. And we had, I forget what pump we had in the back. I think it was an AEM 380 liter per hour pump in the back to supply the ethanol system. And then in the front, we had twin Walbro 450s to supply the secondary set of fuel injectors that were with methanol. All engines should have crank girdles for more power, baby. Yeah, sure, sounds good to me. I'm all for it. The reason that they don't do that is because it costs more. And when you can save 10 cents on 1 million units, that's another yacht for the executive. So he wants his yacht. So no crankshaft girdle for you. We make quality as skimpy as possible. so that we can barely skirt by. And I can have another yacht. Lean is very mean. Very mean. Makes power, so it's mean to your competition, but also mean to you and your wallet when it blows up. Yeah, I don't have a yacht either, but Mr. Big Exec, he wants another one. And this one is going to have a helicopter pad and, like, you know, a swimming pool and, 3 bars and a full-time staff to maintain it. And so you don't get your main girdle. Too bad. Sucks to be you. What about using stable additive? Never used it. We've never had a problem, so I'm not really looking for solutions to problems I don't have. So, yup. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I've not seen that movie either. I'm referencing a movie I haven't seen. Go figure. Um, Wonder how much airflow you lose with water or E85 on a wet manifold. Direct injection LT gains 6%, I think. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, you ought to see what they pick up on methanol. Yeah, because when you're spraying wet fuel into the port, that fuel has to flow past the cylinder head. It has to flow past your valves. And with direct injection, you're spraying that fuel directly into the cylinder. So it doesn't have to flow past the cylinder head. So you're like getting an instant like 6% gain in cylinder head flow just by doing direct injection, which is one of the reasons it makes more power. Full power, baby. How much ignition, blah, blah, blah. How much ignition timing do you run at normal cruising speeds? Um, that's something I'd like to optimize. You see like the Horsepower Academy videos where he's like sitting there on the dyno and you can see the change in torque as he dials in the ignition timing. I normally run, to answer your question, I normally run like 25-ish on like an Atlas. Same thing for like an LS. They take around the same ignition numbers. Yeah. But it's something that I've thought about experimenting with because you might be able to run more and actually gain a little fuel mileage by running the, I think it's MBT. That's what we were talking about yesterday. For that particular cell, you might be able to optimize it because that will make you get better fuel mileage. But a lot of times the factory doesn't run MBT because of emissions. They have too much, I believe it's too many NOx emissions. So they have to dial the ignition timing back a little and sacrifice a little bit of fuel mileage to be able to pass the emission standards. Sometimes you can put a tune on your vehicle and pick up a little fuel mileage. Mm-hmm. 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 May I run mid-30s for cruise? Seems to work well. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you definitely want to run a decent amount because it'll make the engine overheat if you don't run enough ignition timing. It'll get real hot. I experimented with an LS running 50 degrees and air fuel as high as 16 on mine, and I was able to get 30 miles to the gallon, and it ran normal. Yeah, that's I don't know. That would make me nervous, but I mean, yeah, if it works, it works. I'm not gonna argue with that. It just, man, I don't know. I'm just weird about that, I guess. 16 to 1 is, whew. It's a little lean, but you know, if it works, I mean, I'd be worried about it uh, getting things hot and doing damage, but if you got good parts in it, I mean, sure, why not? Yeah, I'm sure the factory doesn't do that because of emissions, though. Because, oh, what engine? I've messed with lean setups on Cruise too, but never went that much. Yeah, that's a lot. If you look at stock Silverado timing mats at very light throttle, they can run 50 plus degrees. Okay. All right. I mean, you probably have a lot more experience with it than I do, so that is very interesting. Have you ever thought about turboing an Iron Duke? Yes, we have one. Thought about putting a small block Chevy cylinder head on the thing too, because it has the same bore spacing as a small block Chevrolet. I've always wanted to do that. I've always wanted to put a cylinder head on something that it doesn't belong on. But we'll see. Maybe someday. Might do it with an inline six, like a Ford 300, or maybe a 250. I've been doing some formulating in the background for something silly like that. Don't you hate it when the shrink sleeve melts before you're ready? Not over the wire yet. Grrr. Grrr. Eh, I got it. I got it. Alright, got a cam sensor. All wired up. Wired up. Fired up. Okay, good enough. Good enough for who it's for. Right, guys? Right? 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 Alright, injector plug. Then shove it in the car. Cruising at 16 to 1 should be fine if you advance the ignition timing. If you have EGR, add some duty cycle. It will keep the combustion temps down. Okay. I mean, I don't know a ton about that. So, you're teaching me something. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Make an LS head 4-cylinder that never came to fruition. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. It would be nice to do something that matches the valve order of the Iron Duke, which is why I said small block Chevy. Have you ever thought about doing a Jeep 4-liter? Yes, I have. The guys over at Newcomer Racing are definitely some. I really like what they're doing. They're just. I love seeing people innovate like that and doing a platform that is underappreciated and doing wacky and wild things with it. So I've definitely thought about it, but it appears to be pretty expensive for the level of performance that you get. You would be way better off with a 4200. I'll be 100% honest, because you're going to get way more performance for less money. But I've definitely thought about it. Okay. Yeah, the Iron Duke is also a big bore short stroke engine, which is something that I really, really like too. So, yeah, we have one that's in real nice shape that actually came out of my dad's Studebaker, the gasser, because somebody swapped it into that. And yeah, I would love to do something stupid with it. Even had dumb thoughts, really dumb thoughts, about putting like an overhead cam setup on it. But at that point, it's like, why not just do the 2.9? It would be way more on brand with the channel. But I don't know. I just like doing weird stuff, I guess. So, you know. How's the North Star engine coming along? It's coming along decent, but we're having issues with the starter at the moment. I have a solution, but it's you know, it's taking a little bit longer than I was hoping that it would. So it is coming, though. It is coming soon to a YouTube screen near you. Where the heck did my tape go? Or something else that I can't see. Where did it go? Where is it? Where did you guys put it? Huh? Why did you lose it? Oh, it's right here, you dummy. All right. Okay. So I'm going to use a 6-cylinder injector harness for this engine because it doesn't really matter if it has an extra injector plug on it. And I have more of those. Sea-Dog, I sent you another picture. Oh, I'm Sea-Dog now. All right, all right, all right. Let's show the chat. Wow. Oh, he does such nice work. That is incredible. That's my rap name. I'm Sea-Dog in the house. Okay. All right, guys, you got to check this out. This is cool. This is real cool. So cool that some say it is the coolest. So this right here, this is Tony Angelo's 55 Chevy. It is currently at Tom Weeks, who, what is this company's name? Something Fabrication. Man, oh man, what is this company name? Matt will say it. He is doing the cage work for Tony Angelo's 55, so you know, I'm giving you guys spoilers because you know, he probably doesn't care. Nonfiction fab, thank you. I knew it was something like that. Like yeah, that guy is an artist. Yeah, so Tony's trying to get his 55 ready for um, Drag Week, which is happening 2 weeks from now? Maybe? I can't remember. We're not going, unfortunately. Kind of stinks, but just isn't in the cards for this year. So, you know, doing our best. Had to miss a couple things I wouldn't have, I would have liked to have attended, but you know, next year hopefully will be better. Just have to be patient and come back stronger next year. I bought him a domain to set up this dumb as usual welding guy, but we will get there. Yeah, he could use a website. It is about 1 to 2 weeks, so they're going to have to wire and get it going. Yeah, he has a NASCAR engine in that thing. I believe it's a SB2. Yeah, an SB2. Um, that's like Dale Earnhardt era, uh, Dale Earnhardt senior era engine, I believe. SB2s are really cool. If you guys have never heard an SB2, very high revving, um, very cool engines. And I'm just losing everything today. I know it's around here somewhere. I just had it. Okay. You guys hiding stuff? Oh, it's in my cup holder. I found it. Um, it's just a default single page they give you for free on GoDaddy. He will have to get storage and more later. Yes, SB 2.2 made like 800 horsepower on the engine dyno. Yeah, that's so cool. Yes, God is good. All right, we're getting closer. Getting closer to dropping the engine in. Hopefully, we will have the engine in this afternoon for the final time. It's the final countdown. Right? Right, guys? Yeah? Yes, no, maybe? Yeah, I dropped this you can buy these crimps bare without the stupid insulation on them. I dropped this at Six Summer and I lost like half the crimps because they were just in the grass. I picked up as many as I could, but super annoying. Now they're all unorganized and yeah. But, you know, at least I didn't drop them down like into the sewer or something. Could be worse. I watch Superfast Matt going to the salt flats with his bike engine car a lot. Yeah, Superfast Matt is the man. He is awesome. I love watching his videos. He is so good at making videos. I hope someday I can make videos as good as him. Alright. So I have all the pinouts for all of these plugs on the wiki. Vortec 4200 wiki. Type it into Google. It's usually the first link. And that is what I'm referencing right now. So pin F is this one. That is injector number one. The dry, nihilistic sarcasm is unmatched. Yeah, he's the best. Engineering humor. You and Superfast Matt should collaborate. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, he's on the other side of the country, but I would love to. That would be really, really cool. I would love that. Yeah, another good bunch of guys is the Bad Obsession Motorsports guys. They have sort of the same style of humor in their videos. They're very, very funny. Project Binky in color. All right. Is he in Cali? Yeah, I believe so. I think he's in Los Angeles or something. Los Angeles, California. I had to stop watching because the project is about 5 years old, 90% lost interest. Yeah, they put out a video like every 3 months, and they're still doing stuff on it. And I don't know. I still enjoy it. I still enjoy it quite a bit. Every time a video comes out, it's like a special treat. But yeah, they do. They take forever to do everything. And I think that's kind of the joke. Like, that's part of the joke. Is that they just obsess over everything. Maybe that's why they call it bad obsession. Bad obsession. Because it's just like the door handles in the car are just like, getting the door mechanism to work because they wanted to use the interior out of another car, and they had to make like levers on other levers that like change the action from a pull to a push, and then yeah, it just, I don't know, they just go insane. It's like, okay, we've engineered this entire solution to the problem, but I hate it, so we started over. It's like they had the car complete, and then they decided, no, it's not done yet. We're doing it again because the gauges didn't match. Like the gauge faces, like they had different brightnesses. They literally had different, a company that they bought gauges from. They had different fonts on the gauges, and that caused him to nick the guy on one of the guys on the Bad Obsession YouTube channel. He re-engineered the entire dashboard and basically made his own gauges from scratch. Crazy. Odds it tosses a rod the first time out. Yeah. Yeah. I doubt they will ever drive that car in anger. Like, they will never actually. If they go wide open throttle with that thing ever, I would be amazed. Because they have so much time into it. And you can see the time. And yeah, I would not be surprised if it never saw the dyno and all it ever did was idled around at car shows. I remember the oil pan being a little sketchy on it. So, yeah, you may be right. Maybe it will kick a rod. That would be awful. But I'm sure they would fix it. It's more YouTube content, I suppose. Good morning. Checks local listings. Nice. All right. Making progress on our injector plug. Scope creep racing. Yeah, for real. For real. Single balance shaft at crankshaft, speed, inline, and direct over the camshaft. Oof. I don't like that either. Balance shafts are the devil. It's morning here. Well, it's afternoon here, but good morning nonetheless. Sun rises in the east. Rodeo engines are weird stuff. Yes, they are. They are definitely weird. Dorito box. Dorito box. Boop, 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 boop. I just like the way they sound when they idle. Boop, 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 boop. Zoom. Okay. All right. All right. We are getting closer to dropping the engine into the car for the final time. Will we have it running? Will it kick a rod the first time we fire it up? The world may never know. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. B. B is for. B is for. B. B is for. B is for. B is for. B is for. When in doubt, C4. Anybody watch Mythbusters? Anybody? Anybody? Used to be such a good show. But those two guys, they hated each other. Hated each other. Have you seen the Ford V10 that Build It Yourself built? Yes, I am a huge fan. In fact, if you watch our latest video, which actually gives you a pretty good summary of what we're doing here today, you'll see that I featured a clip from one of their videos in that video, because it was one of my favorite clips on the YouTubes. It also had Matt's Fairmont in it. And that's like legitimately like that's one of my favorite videos on the internet right there. It's just like, all right guys, stand back. What was that? Like the crowd reaction was just priceless. Priceless. Yeah, I mean like the turbo lag, the crowd reaction, everything was just like, yep. I hope one day I'm that cool. Happy birthday, buddy. Mine's today also. Well, happy birthday to you too. I So my mom, she sent me a text saying happy birthday. And I was so tired this morning that I said happy birthday back. I was like, wait a second. It's not her birthday, it's my birthday. I was just like, oh, whoops. Yeah, sorry, I'm tired. It's just like, have you ever like, server gives you your food and you're like, enjoy your food. You too. Ah, oh, like who does that? Who's with me? You know. Hope you enjoy your ice cream. You too. Ah, it's just like, man, introvert nightmare. Like most people probably would just be like, "Oh yeah, well okay, I made a stupid mistake. Who cares?" Me, I'm like, I'm so stupid. Anybody else? Anybody else? Or is it just me? I do, but it's sparingly. I usually say some dumb, other dumb, intrusive thoughts. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It happens. Ah, thanks. We just got a donation. Happy birthday. Here's some cash for E85. Well, thank you. Thank you, Matthew. It's very kind of you. Yeah, we'll have to buy some E85 that we use to fire this baby up. Slipped out of the crimp. Alright, now we can burn these in. Call it a day. It's okay, Napoleon. Alright, you guys having a battle in the comments? Can't throw. Uncle Rico actually throw a football over the mountain. There you go. I have seen that movie. I have seen that movie. So first time I saw that movie, I thought it was the dumbest movie ever. And then I watched it again and it was like, okay, I get it. I get it. It's funny now. It's like the humor has to kind of like grow on you a little bit. Then you watch it the second time and you're like, okay, yeah, this is actually really funny. Whatever happened to the actor that played Napoleon? Like, did he like just fall off the face of the earth? Cause he like never seemed to. I mean, I guess he kind of like can't really play anything else because he's Napoleon. Like, you can't really like cast him as any other role. But I don't know. Lottery is $1.7 billion right now. Yeah, I don't play that crap. It's, I don't know. Poor people tax. Played it one time, and I felt it was like, I don't know. I get how it gets people because it's like, oh, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win, and you like think about all the cool things you would do if you had the money, and then when you don't win and somebody else does, at least for me, anyways, you just feel super depressed, and it makes me feel real bad for like, you see the people that go into the gas stations and it's like they're buying 15 lottery tickets, and it's like, man, like that person must really hate their lives. They probably do that once a week. Just dump half their paycheck into lottery tickets, and it's just like, oh man, I feel so bad. Like, you know, like to go through a lot of your life just wishing that you could get the easy get rich quick thing. It's just, I don't know. I think it's just contributes to human misery. Dude, those lotto people. Exactly. Yeah. It's just, I feel so bad. It's just like, man, like, how did you get here? Because I feel for you, man. Yeah, a lot of guys are sad. Yeah, it's just, yeah, just sucks. Yeah, I think there's a reason that only the government can do it. Only the government can run a lottery. It's like, oh yeah, because you can make money off that. That's okay, but I don't know. People would take advantage of it, and society would degrade, I'm sure, if everybody was able to run one. Otherwise, they're at cashier all day. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. Yeah, there's this lady that in our town. I'm pretty sure she's homeless, and she just goes in and buys lottery tickets every single day at the one gas station. It's really sad. I mean, she doesn't look homeless. Maybe she's just, I don't know. Maybe she just likes to walk. What do I know? Maybe she just lives nearby. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I pay enough taxes already. Yeah. Yeah, it's poor people tax. Benefits older Pennsylvanians. Or whatever. Bull crap. Engine doctor. Yeah. You want to talk about mechanical stuff? We can talk about it, but people, it's a more complicated problem. So many people, so many cool projects, not enough time on my hands. On Not enough time or hands. If only you could split off by mitosis. Yeah, that would be useful. That would be useful. But it is cool that so many people are excited about what we're doing. That's definitely what we're going for. So, you know, I'm cool with it. If only and still share. I met one guy that bought scratchers and he said he has always come out ahead. Yeah, bullcrap. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think he is fooling himself. Where does the Pro Mod Nitrous run? I don't know. Good morning from British Columbia, Canada. Nice to have YouTube in the shop doing injectors and DI fuel pump on an L83 while you stream in the background. Kept me from swearing so far. Well, you're welcome, and thanks for tuning in. I'm glad we can put on a semi-entertaining show. There we go. We got there. All right, I'm gonna put some sheathing on the wires. Okay. Gamblers lie to themselves and others. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's a shame. I just feel sad. It just makes me sad. I don't know. I don't really know if I fully am on board with like the car giveaways either. I feel like they kind of generate the same type of response in people. Like, you know, you get a bunch of people. I mean, I guess they're supporting a creator that they like. So at least that part is positive. But I think a lot of people are like, oh, I want to win that car. I want to win that car. I want to win that car. My life would be so much better if I won that car. And then they don't win it, and it probably isn't great for their mental state for some people. You know, but you know, that's why I don't know if I would ever do a car giveaway. I don't know. I think it just causes people to be miserable. I mean, there's one dude that's probably real happy, but everybody else is, well, not everybody. Some people probably have a good, you know, mental state about it, but I guess I can't control that. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it is a good way to make money, I guess. Yeah. All right. Giveaways blew up in popularity lately, but I just can't be sure if they're legit. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of scam type stuff coming up too, but I don't know. I just want people to be happy. I feel like giveaways make a lot of people miserable. Hey, Matt. Thanks. Get some cowtails. Okay. Yeah. I'll go buy some lottery tickets. Thanks, Matt. I do like those cowtails. The caramel things, they're really good. Uh, do I have them over there? I need an eyelet. I missed a joke. There was so bad. Yeah, yeah. You could have said go buy some lottery tickets. Come on, man. Come on. uh, it's all good. I'm having one of those days too. Ah, thanks, Mr. Paroxysm 2. Have some project cash. Well, thank you. That's very nice of you. Can't stand the constant giveaways on channels. Yeah, it's getting kind of old. It's like, can you just make good content and not advertise to me, please? Screams to me more than we want your, yeah, it's just like, give me money. All you are to me is a dollar sign. I don't know. That I shouldn't bash people. That's, gonna get myself in trouble. But at this point, whatever. Go buy some lottery tickets. I was just talking about how I don't like lottery. First time 1320 did the giveaway, I gave Kyle so much crap. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. I don't know what to say to that. It's just like, can you just put out good content, please? Like, I don't know. I mean, I guess I understand why they have to do it, Think about how many mouths his business feeds. And, he's trying to keep it afloat. So I understand the I understand why they do it, but I don't agree with it. You know. What about the banks giving away 600 USD on an open account? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Theoretically perfect. All right, I think you guys are having a little chat with each other. Hey, Calv, if you were on an engineering team, what's your perfect engine architecture? Four-stroke, rod ratio, oiling, head design, etc. I loved your VK56 breakdown, but I'm curious about the theoretically perfect. Well, my there's what I would want versus what is best. And man, the question is a V8 better? I don't know. I mean, the inline six, it depends what you're going for. If you're going for a million, as much horsepower as possible, then I would say a V8 is better. But if you're going for reliability, longevity, and maybe not quite as much horsepower, I would say an inline six. So there's that. I would go super short stroke because I like horsepower, and I would go pretty much as long of a rod as you can fit, and as big a bore as possible. Dual overhead cam, 4 valves per cylinder. I like having variable valve timing on both cams, but we haven't played with intake yet. But I have been impressed with our gains with the exhaust VVT. So yeah, it would probably look something like that. I feel like it's a tax break that's easy for them also. Merch, money, and tons. Yeah, you're probably right. I bet they're writing off a lot of it. Sent me a pic. All right, I'll show it in a second, Matt. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Audi proved the V10 in F1 was better. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I have only ever entered one giveaway. And it was the giveaway for Leroy Jr. If you guys remember, Cletus gave away a replica of Leroy the Savage, but it was a more mild version. And the only reason I entered the giveaway was because if I won the thing, I was going to immediately 4200 swap it. So, yeah, I've only ever entered one giveaway, and that was it. Because it was like, well, all right, I'll buy a Cletus shirt and enter your silly giveaway, and I don't think I would be eligible to win though, because I think the lawyers would like filter me out because of social media following. So you know, yeah, I would drive it once, immediately pull the engine, and put a 4200 in it. It would be something like, huh. I mean, yeah, I guess it's okay, but like, I don't know. Could be a little faster, and then it's cut to a scene of jacking the engine crane, pulling the engine out. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. We have our harness sort of kind of done. There's a few terminations that we have to do yet, but this is what we are looking at right now. So I'm going to do the rest of the terminations in the car. So what was in Leroy? Well, Leroy Jr. had a LS, I think it was a Texas Speed LS with a supercharger on it, but Leroy Senior has a Pete Harrell 388 with twin turbos, if I remember right. No 5-valve? Nah, I think that's just a little not enough juice. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. Multiple companies have taken the Audi RS3 5-cylinder to 1200 horsepower or more. Have you ever looked into those to see if there are things done to those motors that could also help the 3500, 3700? I haven't looked into them. We're just gonna run it and see what happens. You think going with the fresh air anti-lag setup? You're going with a fresh air anti-lag setup, right? Yes. With the size of your car, bumper, fender, etc., you think a boost tank would fit in there? It used the same kind of electronic valve, but more PSI. Yeah, I've been thinking about having like a tank on board to inject the air, but we'll see. For some reason, I'm not crazy about bucket lifters. I always prefer roller followers. Yeah, that would be another item on the list of the theoretically perfect engine would be roller followers. Do you have any experience with distributor in the 4200? No, but it has been done. I know that the comp eliminator guys will commonly put belt-driven distributors on 4200s. So if you're looking for information on that, you're probably not going to find it because those guys don't share anything. Now I'm going to shove the wiring harness through the firewall. So, all right. Because it is time. So wait, we up to magic? Oh, what we up to, Magic Man? Well, the wiring harness is sort of kind of roughed in. So I am working on shoving it through the firewall at the moment, and then we're going to install the engine for the final time. So that's where we're at. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. So what you're saying is burnout soon? Yeah, maybe, maybe. Probably not today. I would say definitely not today. But if you define soon as within the scope of this weekend, I would say I think we're gonna get there. Do it for science. There you go. Do it. Do it. I don't know what they're encouraging you to do, but do it. Unless it's drugs, then don't do it. Or maybe do it. I don't know. Consult a licensed physician. Or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. Oh, Getting wires through the firewall. All right. Oh. What is the lightest Fox body chassis car you've ever built? It's probably my dad's Fairmont Futura. We've only done 2 Fox bodies. It was my dad's Fairmont and my Fairmont. My dad's Fairmont was 2,600 pounds with driver. Oh, I was supposed to show a picture. Matt sent me a picture to show you guys. Ooh. Wow. Look at that. Wow, that looks great. Check this out, guys. This is Jamie, Matt's wife, her Silverado truck. Very cool. So they cleaned it up. It looked like that before. Ew. To that. Yum. Very nice. Very cool. I like it. I want it. Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me laugh. Okay. Now I'm gonna lose everybody. Start singing Nickelback. Oh boy, here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna lose the stream. I'm losing you guys. Look at this graph. Boy. I'm losing my mind. Losing my mind. Don't you just love it when wires get all tangled up? And you're trying to beat them through the stupid firewall. Stupid. Stupid. What's next? Creed? Oh boy. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Maybe. No, 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 no. Okay. We got it through the firewall. Yeah, we have wires in the firewall. Through the firewall. Not in the firewall. Through the firewall. Yeah. Tuck them over between the windshield wiper. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Oh boy. I don't know how that song goes. I'm sorry. They're trying to make me sing. They're giving me requests. Do you know the song With Arms Wide Open? I don't know that one. But thanks for the donation. And thanks for the happy birthday wish. Do you know With Arms Wide Open by Creed, Dad? Can you sing it? He's got his earplugs in. He's busy. All right. Uh, to lay the wire. Yeah, plastic folding table would be nice. Good song. I will have to listen to it. I don't know if I could play it for you. I could lip sync the song, but might get the stream taken down for that one. Well, thank you for the donation. That is nice. Thank you. Ugh. 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 Stupid joke, huh? Hey, it made me laugh when I read it. There you go. All right. So I need to clean up my mess because I got stuff everywhere. And we all know that if you try to roll the engine crane over a zip tie, it'll get stuck. So we need to get all this junk out of our way so that we can install the engine. What's that Boston song? Fuel the engine, or what's the Boston song? Fuel the engine, or yeah, fuel the engine. Yeah, there we go. Now we can start playing that song. My dad's a big Boston fan. That and the Beach Boys. Yeah, hits a pebble, drops in it. Exactly. I mean, yeah. Lay on the table, cruise control compared to 2/2 4 valve. Oh, lay on the table and cruise control, two things with wheelchair. Yeah. Living in Atlas paradise. There we go. Hey. Thank you so much for the donation. You guys are too kind. Living in Atlas paradise. So many wires. So many wires. Okay. All right. All right. Be right back. Okay. Let's just put this over. Okay, getting stuff out of the way. Okay. Now there's a hole I need to drill in the K-member for my engine mount because I couldn't get the hole in. The engine was in my way, so. Oof. Big clumsy feet. Oof. All right. So before we install the engine, we need to flip it over, put the oil pan on. We might as well throw the damper on. And we got to put the dowel pins in, but that'll be when it's on the floor. $4,200 to the left of me. 3,200 to the right. I assume that's what you're referencing. What's up, dude bros? How's it going? All right. Get the broom. Broom. Okay. Good. Good. It's good. It's good. Dustpan. Dustpan. It's over here. You dodo. Dodo. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Where? Cannot find the dustpan and the brush. Or the foxtail, as some people call it. The foxtail. Oh, it's right in front of your face, Calvin. Right in front of your face. I want to hear vroom vroom, not broom broom. I'm working on it. Sheesh. Okay. Okay. So let's roll the engine over here so that we can install our Atlas Industries modified Colorado 5-cylinder oil pan. All right, so this is the work of art intake manifold that we got done earlier this week. This is what is called a dual plenum style intake manifold. And the reason for having this funky shape is so that it can distribute the air to all cylinders in a much better way. If you want one like this, the intake plenum, I mean, you can get one at mwsteel.eu. Just type that into your web browser and get yourself an intake plenum. I was very impressed with the quality of the kit. And I'm excited to see how it performs. So, all right. Thanks. Thanks for the happy birthday wishes, guys. All right. Greetings from West Texas. Greetings. Welcome. Okay. Well, either way, I don't want the complexity of 5-valve either, to be honest. I am still curious about 3 intake, 1 exhaust, though, but only because every 2-valve, 3-valve engine versus a later 4-valve counterpart. Well, here's something to make your brain buzz. What about a 4-valve engine, but it has 1 large intake valve and 1 small intake valve and 1 large exhaust valve and 1 small exhaust valve in order to induce swirl in the combustion? What do you think of that? That would require a little bit of R&D, but I bet you would find an advantage. Kind of like how the, I believe the LB7 Duramax has actually, they have it built into the, how the valves are oriented to induce swirl. Could you see benefits from that in a gasoline engine? I don't know. What is the fastest top speed that you have ever gone in anything? And what about your dad? I have been 159 miles per hour, and it happened earlier this year in the Pontiac Sunbird that we won the Sick Week Freaks class at Six Summer. And my dad has been 179 miles per hour in a 1954 Studebaker. That was a standing 1.5 miles. And that was it in Loring, Maine. So, yeah. All right. I think I might try it. You think 1 millimeter would work? I know. Yeah, I think David Vizard, the Polyquad. Yeah, look up David Vizard, the Polyquad, and that's where that idea came from. Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure if 1 millimeter would be enough or not, but yeah. All right, let's get this engine flipped over. And then we're going to get the very, very fancy oil pan installed. Now you gotta be a little careful with these Atlas engines because the top gets pretty heavy, unlike a V8 engine. So when you're flipping it over, just be a little careful. Okay, so we gotta clean the oil off this flange so that the silicone stays stuck. Well, I'm losing bits of paper towel down inside the engine. Fish that out. Don't want it to plug up my pickup tube. What's your favorite style of supercharger? I like centrifugals, but I've never actually driven one. So I like centrifugals because um, they make boost at higher RPM. You know, they'll make boost that is a curve that increases with RPM. And for most stock bottom end type stuff, you generally don't want to make too much power at low RPM. And I think that you know, I'm a horsepower guy. I'm not a torque guy. I have driven a positive displacement supercharger in my Studebaker, and that just felt like it was a bigger NA engine, which was cool, but I don't know. I like turbo lag, so I guess my favorite kind of supercharger is a turbo. Flex seal for the win. Okay. Colorado or Fairlorado? Which do you prefer? I like Fairmonts, but I've never had a Colorado. So, oh, maybe I would like it more. Never had one. Okay, got my paper towel out of there. What about IEEI valve orientation in a 4-valve? One of each on left, right side for swirl. I mean, go look up an LB7 Duramax and see how they have their valves oriented. That might be better for what you're saying. I think it's an LB7. It's the one that Gail Banks plays with. All right. So if you guys haven't seen it, this piece of jewelry just showed up in the mail. This is a Colorado 5-cylinder pan that has been modified by the guys over at Atlas Industries. Super nice job. I mean, the welds on this thing are incredible, and I'm super excited to get this thing thrown onto the engine. It should increase our oil capacity from 6 quarts to 9 quarts. And if you guys have been following us for a while, you know that we like to have a little bit of more oil capacity in these Atlas engines. Just because sometimes the oil likes to get trapped up in the head. So before we install the oil pan, we got to put in a pickup tube. The price of superchargers versus the price of cheap turbos has always kept me away from them. Yeah, you know, the only cheap way to get into a supercharger is usually with a factory equipped supercharger, but even that stuff gets real expensive. It's like I could have 4 turbos for the price of that one supercharger. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Alright, so this is just a factory Colorado 5-cylinder pickup tube. You got to be careful because some of the early ones had O-rings instead of this gasket style connection here in the front. I just bought this right off of Rock Auto, I believe. Turbo Fair Atlas Mont. There you go. Since you mentioned it, Calvin, are you going to try polyquad build at some point? Do you know more about that? Do you know more than I about how differently 2 times such size the lobes for each valve pair? I don't know a ton about it, other than my dad has expressed interest in doing it. We'll probably do it at some point. It will probably be for a naturally aspirated effort, because for a turbo, just make more boost. It's probably not worth chasing when you can just throw a little more boost at it. You know, if we're getting to the point where we're running out of, or if we're in like a class where we have like a turbo size limitation, maybe we would try it for something like that. Honestly, I want to see you do time attack. Okay. Yeah, that could be fun. I'll wait to see what people do with the LT7 factory turbos once those start getting wrecked. Yeah, that could be interesting. And those LT7s are pretty dang cool. They are like the best. Like, that's pretty close to the perfect engine, in my opinion. I mean, I would want to take one apart, but, and, you know, really have a good look at it, but I don't know. That is like a love song to the internal combustion engine, if you ask me. Placing the front suspension in a 99 town car. Also provided me with several Rock Auto magnets. Yep, I got a fridge full of them things. Hellcat supercharger on the Camaro. Camaro, not the Sunbird. You also built that. Yep, yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. And yeah, that was fun. Very fun. Is fun. So for the turbo, you might want to just increase the exhaust valves in order to improve with exhaust back pressure, you know, intake boost ratio. That's the way I'd consider to do it first and foremost, not the discount better mixing TBH. Yeah, yeah, I mean, it would have to be for like a World Cup, you know, like where you're turbo size limited and you're looking for every micro horsepower you can get. I've noticed around 40 psi you start to get diminishing returns for output versus boost level on a lot of engines. I suspect it's an issue with the port because of a sonic nozzle. Yeah, it's you're getting close to the speed of sound, and stuff just doesn't get happy when you get close to the speed of sound. It just stops doing kind things. Time Attack, Atlas Monza, or Vega would be cool. Yeah, that would be very cool. Alright, so we got our pickup tube on. I got it nice and torqued down. We don't have to re-drill any holes because it's a 5-cylinder and it's meant to go on this engine. I know, crazy, right? So next I'm going to get my Permatex. First I'm going to scrounge up some bolts though, so that we're not scrambling. Alright, so I think there's a whole bunch in this box here. Okay, maybe there's not a single one in here. Okay, here's one. Wow. We found one. A singular one. No. Alright. Tell me that compound turbo system is big feeding into little, or are those also? Yeah, that would be interesting. I'm curious what he says. Alright, I'm going to go on a very, very short break to go dig up some oil pan bolts, so I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's get this oil pan thrown on. So, I'm just going to double check our oil pan clearance because this is important. Have you ever looked into Mercruiser 4-cylinder to take the 460 Ford big block head? I have. And I thought that it would be really cool to do something with one of them. But they're really hard to find. Seems like there's just not a lot of them out there. But yeah, I would consider messing with one for sure. Where on earth did my piece of 3/8 plate go? Had this really nice piece. This might work. Okay. All right. The LT6, LT7 are wicked pieces of engineering outside of the gear-driven race motors and the new Lamborghini 4-liter V8 that use half gear-driven and half chain-driven gear systems. Okay. You mentioned that the head is ported. Did you do the porting or did someone else do it for it? A friend of ours did it for us. Thanks to Ben over at Snyder Performance. Okay, this chunk of wood is 3/8 of an inch. So if this hits the bottom of the sump, then we need to make more clearance. Yeah, it's not Schneider Performance, it's Snyder. So it does not touch. We're good. You want to make sure that there's enough clearance between the bottom of the pickup and the bottom of the pan, because if there's not, bad things will happen. So I'm curious. We're just gonna run it. Okay. Sometimes I'll get like a 1/2-inch piece of material to see if it hits when you put the 1/2-inch piece in. I think you brought your 4200 builds to imports versus domestics. I think if you brought your 4200 builds to imports versus domestics, you could kick some major booty. Yeah, the problem is they won't make a class that allows us to participate. So I've approached them about that in the past. Maybe if you guys made enough noise on social media, they would let us in. But as it is, there is no class for us to participate in unless we run a stick. But I would love to participate in that event. That is such a cool event. A local guy to me built one of those Mercruisers running on methanol and 45 pounds of boost. It split the block. Holy crap, that's so cool. That's awesome. All right, we are putting silicone onto, well, it's RTV, whatever you want to call it. Black, ultra black, RTV. Onto our oil pan. Thanks again to Atlas Industries. If you guys are looking for anything Atlas related, go check out Atlas Industries. Chances are they might have something cool that you're interested in. They just started offering 8 HP adapters, or ZF 8-speed transmission adapters, to put behind your Atlas engine. In fact, it's my design. I sold it to them. They are too scared. No, I think they just have way bigger fish to fry. I don't know. Maybe they're scared. Who knows? But I would love to participate in that event. It is such a cool event. And they seem they'll bend over backwards for Cletus and his crew to participate. But he brings a big crowd of people, so of course they don't seem to want to bend over backwards for him anymore after he's won a few classes. They're like, okay, yeah, we may have given you a little bit too much special treatment. But yeah, that event is very local to us. I would love to participate. There's so many. Yeah, I want to do a lot more local racing next year. I love the drag and drive stuff, but I want to support our local tracks a little more next year. Wish I could have gotten to the track rental with Matt. It's kind of bummed we couldn't make that one. It's not the first time that they changed the rules. Exactly. Man, why no closed captions, Calvin? Help the deaf and hard of hearing fans like me. Well, can you do that with a live video? I mean, I would turn it on if I could. I don't, it's not like I'm, racist against blind and deaf people. Or deaf and hard of hearing, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Squish. Yeah, I don't know if there's any services like that to do that on a live video. Because it would have to process my speech, which I talk weird. I'll grant that. And then translate it live. That seems a little processor intensive, I'll just say that. Okay. Getting our really, really fancy Atlas Industries oil pan installed. He even did our turbo drain for us. Which I hope is not. Hope we have room for that. We'll find out in a second here. Yeah, our K member might be in the way, but we will find out. The other live feeds have been captioned, but not this one. Oh, well, it's not something that I turned off. So, it was not intentional. I'm sorry about that. Have you ever found the limit of any factory blocks on any platform? The limit is hard to find. The limit is hard to define. How do you define the limit? Because, you can blow an engine up at very low horsepower numbers if you don't know what you're doing. We've I don't know if we've blown one head gasket, but that was because the threads in the block were pulling out. We've definitely thrown rods through the block. That's definitely something that has happened. But that's a fault of the rod, not the block. I mean, I would say a block limitation would be like a the head gasket won't stay sealed up anymore, or accelerated main bearing wear, where the main caps are flexing back and forth because of strength issues. So I would say no.
Got the weight tack welds, and then it can help.
Okay. Yeah, I need to get the dowel pins pulled out. Need to get the block clearance for the adapter plate. And then we need to finalize the bell housing, that thing. You know what I mean. What kind of class would you run at imports versus domestics if they let you run? Or what kind of class would you ask to be made? I would be able, the way that the classes work at World Cup, it's, okay, here's a class that dictates what you're allowed to do to your chassis. And then here is a list of valid engine types that you are allowed to run in this class. Now for import engines, they just say 6-cylinder, 4-cylinder, V8. But for the domestic classes, they list out LS, big block Chevy, small block Ford, Buick V6. They don't list out Vortec 4200. So, the fact that they don't have that under their allowed engines means that you're not allowed to bring one. Now, you can get in through one of the crossover classes. So if we found some other X275 or some other class where we could run a 4200 and then cross over into World Cup, that's a possibility. But I wish they did it more generically, like they do with the imports. To be able to allow more generic. I mean, it does say, if I want to be a stickler, it does say Buick 6-cylinder. And these engines came in Buicks, and they are 6-cylinders. So technically, I could argue this was a Buick 6-cylinder. The problem is the weight minimums for a Buick V6 or Buick 6-cylinder are stupid. They are like, I would have to make the car weigh 4,300 pounds because the Buick V6s have just dominated the competition, I guess, in years past, and they basically have just made it so they don't want to see them anymore. What would be your top choice for a budget turbo capable of 1,200 to 1,500 flywheel horsepower? You would probably... I'm trying to think if it might be more economical to go twins with that power goal. If it had to be a single... It would have to be big. I know, it would have to be a big, like a big VS, or True North Turbo apparently knows his stuff. Maybe that would be a good option. Talk to the guys over at True North Turbo. They could probably get you hooked up. Maybe Force Performance. I would talk to somebody like that about that kind of thing. I wouldn't really have a good recommendation off the top of my head. I mean, obviously it would depend on the engine. Smaller engine would be able to get away with a smaller turbo. But it would probably be something in the neighborhood of like an 88 with something larger than an 88 millimeter turbine. So like the 96 by 88 turbine is not gonna do that. Yeah, I mean, it's their ballpark. It's their game. It's their sandbox, and they've had a ton of success playing their game, and so I can't fault them for not wanting to upset the egg cart. Is that egg cart? Not egg cart, but apple cart. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't know. There's a saying that I'm looking for that everybody's probably like, yeah, I know what you mean. Read How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie for How to Deal with Gatekeepers. Okay. Yeah, I just asked if they would add a class, and they said, well, I shouldn't say they didn't flat out refuse. They were just looking for, like, what does a max effort 4200, what is it capable of? He did ask that, and then said it would be unlikely that they would add it to the classes. But, he at least kind of hit it back. But I was like, well, I can't answer that because, we're pretty much the tip of the spear on that. So, they're trying to make it so that everybody at that event has to run. They have to run at 10/10ths. If you are not right on the verge of blowing your engine up, then they didn't balance the class correctly at World Cup. They want you to be right on the borderline of blowing your junk up at all times. And it makes it really, really inspiring to see people succeed there, because like that's the who's who of hot rodding. How do you make your junk work when you're running it maxed out? That's why I want to participate, because they seem like a cool crowd to hang out with. But a solid 10 out of took book recommendations. Okay. I'm not much of a book reader, I'll say that. The whole world is looking at you and your work. Greetings from German fam. Hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for tuning in. It's cool to see so many people from all over the world. It's very humbling. Happy to have you guys here. I like your shirt. Thanks. Well, if you hit the pinned link, of course you're in Germany. Unfortunately, we don't ship over the pond, across the pond. Sorry, but I would say you could go get one if anybody else in the comments wants to go get one that's in the lower 48. You are welcome to. Hit the link in the pinned in the comments and go buy a shirt. Three Squares Day. isn't such a bad deal nowadays. You're talking to, okay. First part about the shirt, I have a Clifford 235 intake on my 1950 coupe. Yep. Yeah. Clifford supported the wrong 6. They should have supported the 4200. That's what I'm saying. They picked the wrong one. Because then they would have found that 6 is greater than 8. It's okay. We had to do it for them. Okay. We got our Atlas Industries modified 5-cylinder oil pan installed. We had to tighten some of the bolts with a wrench because they were obscured by the now increased in size oil sump. And that's pretty typical. In fact, the oil pan that is on that 6-cylinder right over there is the exact same way. So, all right, I gotta go find a damper. We're just gonna run a factory damper because nobody makes a aftermarket damper for the 5-cylinder. But I would like to get it on the engine before we put it into the chassis, just because it's a lot easier to do it right now. Keep up the good work, bro. Appreciate it. Would a 4200 work in a 93 S10 4-door Blazer? Yes. Because somebody else has already done it. All right, I'm gonna flip the engine back over. Take the pin out of the engine crane first. All right, and then you guys want me to weigh this thing too. So we will do that. But to compare it to the weight of that 6-cylinder, we would have to drain the oil out of the 6-cylinder. Have you asked Innovators West? I mean, it's probably a tuning issue, but the current i6 damper is dimensionally the same. I think it's dimensionally the same, yeah. But I've often wondered, like, okay, so you have a damper that is tuned for dampening vibration. Like on the 6-cylinders, we run a BHJ damper because it has revised tuning for it that dampens vibration in the 6,500 RPM region, because the 6-cylinders have a little bit of an ugly spot there. So I've often wondered, like, can you put a 6-cylinder damper on one of these 5-cylinders, and would it just be take 6,500 times 6 divided by 5, and the frequency would be, the engine speed it would be tuned for would be that number instead of at 65, it would be 6,500 times 6 divided by 5. That would be 7,800 RPM. Is that how that would work? I don't know. We calculate the frequency of the mass and the mass frequency and make a billet damper. Yeah, Mercedes OM6 Assist is tuned for 243 hertz, if I recall correctly. Okay, I wondered that. So, what if I put a 6-cylinder damper on this thing? because the four-cylinder has a very, very small damper. It's the dampers are you can tell that they increase the mass of the damper each time it goes. You know, the four-cylinder has a very small mass for the damping mass, whatever you would call that, and then the five-cylinder is slightly bigger, and then the six-cylinder is even bigger. So it's like, well, what if you put a six-cylinder damper on this thing? Would that increase the hertz? Primary resonance frequency could be measured with no damper and piezo pickups. Yeah, so BHJ did they did a simulation of the crankshaft. I don't know. I'm just going to stick with the five-cylinder damper for now. Maybe we'll return to that in the future. But right now, I don't know what the right solution for that is, but I'm thinking we're just going to slam a factory damper on there and we can return to that one. Okay. I'm going to go dig out a harmonic damper. And what do you think about running a six-cylinder damper on it? You think? Okay. You think it would? Okay. So you think having a little more damping mass would help? Okay. All right. Sounds good. We're putting a six-cylinder damper on it. Let's see what happens. Yeah. We're doing it. Dad gave his thumbs up of approval, so we're going to do it. What's the worst can happen? All right, I'll be back. We got lots of six-cylinder dampers around. See what happens. All right. Alright, we're running it. Let's see what happens. Okay, somebody already answered the question in the comments that... Alright, so I guess we don't have to weigh it now, right? Right, guys? Somebody already weighed it for us. The Atlas 3.5 weighs 225 pounds. The 4.2 weighs 277 pounds. That means we don't have to weigh it, right, guys? Right? That's with balance shafts in it, I would assume. This doesn't have balance shafts.
Not metal, but it's taken out of the head, so I'm telling you what.
Yeah.
This thing might.
Yeah. I'd like to point out that NASCAR stuff, teams run SFI certified dry dampers. Yep, that's what we normally run, but yeah, I don't want to use one of my 6-cylinder dampers on it because you know, SFI 6-cylinder dampers. All right, putting a 6-cylinder damper on a 5.
No way to hang on to it.
Hello, everyone. I rebooted channel after being hacked. Ah, that stinks. Ah, Dr. Art, your channel got hacked? Ah, that sucks.
That's in.
Nope. I'm gonna slam it the rest of the way with the bolt and call it a day. Alright, so we put a 6-cylinder damper on our 5-cylinder. Now it's definitely gonna blow up. I like to run Loctite on my damper bolts just because I've had them fall off. Not on a 6-cylinder or a 5. No, we've never run a 5, but we have on LS stuff. And then we just torque it to spec. By that I mean 6 ugga-duggas. Alright, look out, headphone users. Perfect. Alright. 6-cylinder damper on a 5-cylinder. Alright, now we can pull this thing off the engine crane. And do we have any aluminum 1/4-inch NPT plugs?
Aluminum 1/4-inch, yes. In the clear box. Right there.
Okay. 'Cause Much rather run aluminum. I'm gonna get the plug in there before I forget. Okay, so we need to pull the dowel pins out. So I need to weld something to it, I guess.
Why can't you just, yeah, slide it.
They're not threaded.
Oh.
Yeah, there's threads down in here. They're not in here.
Right, but you just run something in there and just slide hammer it out.
Yeah, the block is threaded.
Oh,
This is not threaded.
got it.
What's up, Papa Nelson? Happy birthday, Calvin. Thanks. I guess the TIG. Why are we not seeing dyno pulls by now? I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Yeesh. You guys drive a hard bargain. All right. It's the red one. It's long. It's this one. So the best way to get these dowel pins out is with a slide hammer, but you need to weld something to it first.
And if you want to weld something to that one.
They're M8. They'll come right out.
Okay.
The later Atlases went to an M8 on the little plugs running down the block. Oh, I didn't know it was your birthday. Happy birthday, fellow Virgo. Happy birthday to use. I assume it's a star sign or whatever. Astrology or whatever. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. That sucks. Well, guess we can tell people to go follow the new Dr. Art. Ow.
I got a welder right there. I could.
Okay, that works.
Okay.
3.5 is roughly 62 pounds per liter. There you go. Astrology exists to make economics look like a real discipline. There you go. Yes, people still follow astrology. Ask a young woman about it. I'm sure she'll tell you everything you would ever want to know. Or don't. All right, so Eric over at Atlas Industries must have heard me thinking, because we really needed one of these. It's an extended thread 8AN fitting that screws into the block, and we do this mod to these engines called the oil feed mod, where you basically reprioritize um, Matt says he's an aquarium. Matt says I'm an aquarium. It's Aquarius, not aquarium. That's really funny. That one got me. That's a good one. I like that. Apparently, I'm a Gemini, but I'm not an astronaut. There you go. There you go. I'm an asparagus. I like that one better. I like that one a lot better. That's funny. I'm an asparagus. Next time a woman asks me that, I'm gonna say I'm an asparagus. What sign are you? I'm an asparagus. All right, close your eyes, guys. There you go. Now you got an economics degree. Yeah. All right. Now that you got a piece of metal welded on there, get your old slide hammer out. Calvin, get yourself one of those Arc Captain wide view full color helmets. Killer for $65 they cost. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I been happy with my yeah, we didn't get any rainbow bars. It's cuz the HDMI wires are running past our 240 volt in the other side.
Down in term makes it difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
There's one.
Don't touch it.
Yeah, I was touching something I didn't want it to touch. Ooh, that's solid.
Hold on.
All right, we got them. Now, I got these extended dowel pins. Eh. Eh. Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to weld with color. I'm used to it just being kind of a blue or greenish color. All right, got these extended dowel pins up from Jigs. Now, think this is good? Or do you think we should flatten these? Think we should flatten them, or you think it's good? Okay. Edge? What do you mean?
That right there.
On which side? So going into the trans.
Yeah, going into the well, yeah.
You think I mean, it should be okay. Going into the block. Okay. Yeah, so I got these extended dowels. They're 2 1/4 inches long. I don't think so. I mean, do you think I do? I've never used lubricant. Do you think I need it? I've never used it before.
It's a long adapter.
Mm-hmm. That's one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't go in very far. All right, we got our extended dowels. Have you all been brainstorming on how to fix the starter issue? Don't have it. Don't have any starter issues. It's solved. Don't you worry. I got it. Okay. Not sure if color is the right way to put it, but they're high def, super nice. You can watch the puddle and the melt, and it's really cool. Miller and Lincoln have similar helmets for like $400. Okay. I'll have to check it out, because I could use new welding helmet. Mine's pretty tore up. I mean, I could put a new lens on it, I guess, but you know. I mean, we're gonna have to lift it in the car, so might as well just get the crane out and save our backs. Okay. OMG, I dropped my phone on a weight and not broken. Well, I'm glad it didn't break. Jeez. That's no fun. Okay. So and then they're curious on the weight, so definitely makes it easier to watch the heat on aluminum and stainless. I know that sounds weird, but it's much easier to see the glassing and flow zones. Okay. I kind of know what you're talking about, yeah. I don't know if I've ever looked at the weld at that definition, though. Maybe it's because I didn't have a high definition helmet. Maybe. Thought I remembered you saying there would be starter issues. That's great. Yeah, and we're going to have to clearance the bell housing spacer a slight amount, but I think we're good. The bell housing spacer needs notched, I think. Because I assume I'm going to have to zip this out a little to let the starter work.
Okay.
But that's not a big deal. Okay. If you're worried about the weight difference between a 5 and a 6-cylinder Atlas engine without balance shaft, you should probably go on the keto diet for faster ET. Yeah, I mean, weight's weight, man. It all adds up. 16 ounces equals 1 pound. Every ounce saved, especially rotational mass. That's money in the bank. Yeah, I wasn't going to have the chain hanging behind the engine, so we didn't have to fight with it. I'd rather have it hanging in the front. Okay. And I like cheeseburgers, so if that's keto, then I guess that's okay.
Have you ever figure out what a gyro is, or whatever you are?
A gyro?
Yeah, whatever you're.
Gyro? Yeah, it's a Mediterranean. Basically, it's a wrap. Really good. My what? Oh, my sign?
Yeah.
I think they said I was a Virgo or something. I don't know. Yeah, I'm an asparagus. Yeah, also, we measured a bare long block 6-cylinder at 320 pounds, so I don't know if I agree with that 277. I'll just say that. You can buy a keto hamburger, buns, 1 out of 10 carbs. Same flavor. I've been keto for years. Less inflammation, arthritis for sure. Try carnivore diet, meat, butter, eggs, cheese, meat. Nice. Balance shaft is minus 12 pounds on a 5-cylinder. Short block is about 335 pounds. Okay. Yes, people must have different scales. Our scales for a bare long block, no oil pan, no oil filter, for a 4200, we measured 320 pounds. Hey, thanks. Thanks for the happy birthday. So I don't. You want me to step on it? Okay. Just pluck one of the other ones. Yeah, I don't know if people's scales are different, but our scales showed 320 pounds. Okay, ready? So this is a 5-cylinder, an oil pan on it with no oil in it. No oil filter. Okay. What do we got? Well, that's not right. Hit the other one. 315 pounds. So we did add an oil pan. Yeah, that's a heavy chain. All right, so I would say it's about a 15-pound weight savings for a 5-cylinder. So let's get it in the car. I guess we'll leave it there so we can do the, or do you want to get the scales out of here? Yeah, I guess I can. All right. Just in case anybody was wondering, 315 pounds is what a long block Vortec 3500 weighs. Yeah, 315 pounds is pretty light. I'll take it. So I would say it's about a 15 pounds weight savings for going to a 5-cylinder, even with balance shaft delete. Pretty much. Yeah, between all the extra casting in the block for the balance shaft and all that. So, in all honesty, you do the 5-cylinder for the sound. Or the length, yeah. So we use these exact same scales to weigh a 4200 long block. And without an oil pan, no oil filter, just a bare long block. It's 320 pounds. In fact, you can find that on the wiki. Okay. So we gotta make clearances for the adapter plate. I'm gonna sit it back down. Okay, so now there's a few modifications to the block that need to be made in order for the bell housing adapter to have room for the bolts to bolt up flat. You have to flex it a tiny bit. Burnouts by dinner time, just kidding. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, maybe before dinner time on Sunday. Where is it? Yeah. Somebody's commenting about a LS block. I'm what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think these all have to. Actually, I have one that's already clearanced for this. Why don't I just go get that?
Come on, Einstein.
Yeah. Okay. So we still have to clearance the
Come on,
block,
Einstein.
but-
Get after it.
All right. I'll be back. I think I do. Let's we used it on something. It might actually be right here. It's right here. Yeah. Here you go. Done. Finished. I just gotta trim the sides off.
Yeah, if you would grab the one of those center punches for this. That helps set up. I'll just grab the one I need. Thank you.
Alright. How are you? I'm from Algeria. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. Are you gonna live stream the first startup? Can't leave us hanging. Nah, I don't think I will. I think
Yeah, after a week.
yeah, after a week of being live, I think I'll just yeah, we'll live stream it. Ever thought about twin charging, turbo plus supercharger? Yeah, I've thought about it. Seems like it would generate a lot of heat, which is why I have been resistant to it, I suppose. Yeah.
It should be all. Interesting.
All right. Make loud noises. Just
brought the drill, I thought. Brought the.
yeah. If you may have you mute your mic. Oh, it's right here.
Anything bigger than a 3/8.
Getting it? Yeah. We got that one. Good. Okay. All right.
Alright. I'm gonna make some noise, so I'm gonna go on mute for a second, guys. Yeah. Okay. Other way. Alright. Getting closer. Yeah, gonna go make some noise. I'll be back. Okay. So, this is a plate that was sent to us by a man named Sumner. And he was working on a land speed project with a 4-cylinder. And unfortunately, he's at the age in his life where he can't do it anymore. So he sent us that adapter plate and some other parts. And he basically was like, you pay shipping and I'll send it to you. And I think he's a pretty cool dude, passing on to the next generation. So, got to say big thanks to Mr. Sumner. All right, we got a little clearance issue. Yeah, he was going to build a streamliner with a 2.9 liter. So, yeah. All right, I need to get more bolts, so I'm going to run inside real quick. Okay. And then we may have to clearance the bell housing spacer, so we got to figure that one out too. Yeah. So I'll be right back. Okay. Let's take a little bit. Okay. All right, 3 places. 3 more places. All right. Be right back, guys. Okay. All right, I'm back. Yeah, where? Okay. Yeah. All right. We're going to have to clearance this too. We're going to have to clearance this out for the starter as well. This bit right here. I'm going to have to clearance that out so the starter has room. There. Try it again. Wonder how Mr. Sumner's doing. Oh. Heard from him in a while. I hope he's doing all right. Yep, I gotta sand it here. Yeah. I think the 4 and 5 cylinder has shorter bolts. I think the 4 and 5 has shorter bolts on the flex plate.
Huh.
It's weird.
Wonder why.
Oh.
It's got a deeper hole, doesn't it?
I mean, they're definitely shorter, I can tell you that.
Yeah, the hole's shallow.
Okay.
Look
Well,
at that.
All right. Well, that's good to know. I need to go get one more.
No, it's not. It's the shadow.
All
They
right.
can take a longer bolt. Not much, but
All right. I'm gonna run and get one more. Be right back.
it's holding it up. Wow. It's that whole thing. All right, let's see what else is holding us up. Looks good there. spot right there. Wow. This thing it's taken a lot of work. Okay. 1/16 of an inch there. About 32nd of an inch there. Okay. Got it? Nope. More spots hitting.
Yep. You can always make the bolt shorter with an angle grinder. Sure. I need to double check that this flex plate has the right pattern on it for our torque converter. It should, but you know what they say.
Yeah, I was gonna say double check your bolt pattern. You're already on it. All right, this is gonna take a little bit of effort.
Okay.
I need to take a little over a 32nd, and we may end up trimming this bolt here.
Oh boy, here we go. Here's where the fun starts.
How far?
Can't re-drill it. Oh boy. All right.
Don't tell me you got a showstopper.
Well, it's definitely a complication.
Right.
Yeah, this is so much further inboard than the All right, do we have another turbo 400 torque converter? Or this is 4L80. That's right. Never mind. What am I saying? Yeah, we don't have it. Because it's like way out here. It's like basically even with this ridge. So you couldn't re-drill it if you wanted to. Need like a custom torque converter or to make a bell housing adapter or a flex plate adapter. Yeah, there's no way to do that. There's no provision. It's a little standoff. Yeah, because you'd have to weld something to that.
Yeah.
They did not make this easy. I will say that. It's like they did not intend this stuff to go together.
Yeah, it takes some years to figure this stuff out.
So the problem we're running into is the flex plate for the 5-cylinder does not have enough meat in it to be able to have the bolt pattern for our torque converter. We're basically running into the same exact problem that we ran into on the North Star, where our torque converter, the bolts are way out here, but we need the bolts in here. So we either need to weld new tabs to our torque converter or something of that sort. But I have to do the same stuff that I was fighting with on the North Star. Probably should have checked this sooner, but here we are. Here we are. Okay. What? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go do some measuring. I'll be back. All right. Well, we've run into a bit of a conundrum because I guess GM has two different flex plate patterns, and this one matches the small one, which is the same as a North Star, funny enough. The nice thing about this flex plate is it's large enough diameter that I don't have to do anything funny on the starter. I guess we already got a starter solution, but if we remachine this so that it's it matches the internal diameter, and then register the torque converter.
Step?
No. So this goes from here to this diameter, but male instead of female.
Right.
And then this bolts to here. 1, 2, 3. So that works. And then this is what centers the converter. Unless this can go through here.
Yeah, you need a triple step.
And do we have enough room for this, is the other question. Is there enough room for this plate?
You are asking a lot.
Plus, we would have to make these through holes, and the bolt would have to go into the torque converter. This is painful. This is really painful.
Did you check the other flex plates?
No, but let me go look. But this appears to. Here, can you set this over there? GM had to do weird stuff, didn't they? Alright. Yeah, they're trying to make it so that some kid wouldn't come along and try to do weird stuff, right? Right? Here we go. Yeah, this is gonna be... So here's the problem. So I machined this for the North Star to adapt from the small flange pattern for the torque converter to the large one. And it looks like the 4 and 5 cylinder have that same pattern. It's I think it's 8.5 inches from center to center on the 3-bolt flange. Yeah, it's 8 3/8 from center to center on the 3-bolt flange. Whereas a normal, like 4L60 or whatever, has 9.25. So the torque converter I have does not have the provisions for the smaller bolt pattern because it's set up for the more traditional setup. Now I could use this plate that I made and adapt it. But we got to make sure we have room for it. So we might not have room. So, yeah. I don't think we're going to get the engine in today, guys. Because I'm going to need some flange bolts for a 7/16 fine thread. Yeah, the plate does look cool, and I was planning to use it on the North Star, but it might need to be used on this. So
You could weld onto the converter.
yeah, I mean you can, but
I didn't know if the clutch would cause a problem with it.
well, yeah, I doubt it would be a problem. I mean, we could always take it apart too. It is a bolt together converter.
Oh,
But
wow. Yeah.
that was more than I was looking to get into. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to make another one of these plates to work on the North Star.
Look at, just make those M's for the North Star, and we'll weld it right on the converter.
Just make what?
Just make those 3 years that I was telling you about.
Yeah, well, they're gonna have to be smaller, but yeah, I mean, it would be easier to do on that because it's a solid piece of billet. But I
Dang.
have to make some ears.
I think it's the bolt. Doggone it. It's not flush
Yeah,
yet.
I'd like to.
Okay.
What happened here?
I don't know. Looks like they drug a tool. Here. Things aren't looking enough for me.
They are. I mean, once you get it bolted up flat, I mean, I feel like that should be fine. It's got a pretty. But, okay, this is what I'm looking for. I want to measure. I guess you got to bolt it up flat. All right.
Yep.
Pull it back off. It's always something, guys. It's always something. we're gonna beat it, but just gotta engineer our way out of the box. So, yep.
Yep, that's the problem right there.
Adapt, overcome. We're gonna figure it out. So tomorrow we might be making new converter pads and welding them to the torque converter.
You have something small, little piece of welding wire or a small drill bit? This thing's a pain in the butt.
Yep. 5/6 cylinder. Will the 6 cylinder flex plate fit the 5 cylinder? No, it will not. Change transmission back to 4L60. No.
Did you check to see if we got another converter?
We don't. We do. It probably matches the big pattern anyways.
Yeah.
I think the only one we had was that gigantic one that I cut in half.
Okay. All right, so this relief that he started on, right idea, not even close to deep enough.
Yep. All right. Oh, I suppose I could at least get the flex plate bolted on. Gotta take the small wins when you can get them, right, guys? But the welding, building and welding some torque converter mounting pads, which I need to print out a alignment jig. Because I was planning to do this on the North Star. Actually, I really wasn't hoping. This is just not cool. We're gonna figure it out though. Just annoying. Just annoying. But it was easy. Everybody would do it, right? Before we put the engine in. So at least there's that. Bigger. Hoping to have nice, shiny, gold valve covered engines and engine bay. Engine bay. What do you want to do for your birthday? I don't know. Work on my car. The British Ford more than the American Ford. Okay. Good on you, mate. here. Can you just use a 6-cylinder flex plate? No, you cannot. Because the 6-cylinder has a larger bolt circle and a larger register in the center. And these are also sort of a bell-shaped flex plate because they needed to make room for the balance shafts. Junk. Piece of junk balance shafts. It's all the balance shafts' fault.
I left my thing on. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all right.
So,
Dad's
see
been
that?
making
Yeah.
modifications
right there.
to the bell housing adapter. And I'm getting the flex plate bolted up.
Wonder if yeah. I was gonna say, I wonder if anybody can get one to us overnight, but
Partner?
yeah,
I doubt it.
we need the fuse that. Okay, where's that torque converter?
Now, I normally torque these to 65. I think the factory has like some torque to angle thing. I'll use that junk. And I put red Loctite on these as well. Okay. Good to go. Good to go.
Check that. This bolt was causing all the problems.
Which one?
Down over here. Is it flush?
Like it?
Something down here. Same bolt. Boy, that's getting it. All right, let me. Yeah, there's no. It's over here. We used to have a square end die grinder. Do you know where that's at?
If I live stream working on my car, it would be demonetized for sure. It's crazy how they use different flex plates and stuff. You'd think they would want parts commonality. Yeah, the balance shafts were very much a last-minute addition to the 4 and 5 cylinder. There is a reason that they were delayed 2 years, and it was probably because of the balance shafts. When they added the balance shafts, you know, the rumor has it that that somebody drove the car and complained about the vibration, and then they had to re-engineer the entire rear portion of the engine. So, yeah. I've been known to get loose. Yep. Yep. Well, it's just a car. It's just it's not gonna be us. So hopefully, but we'll keep going live until this thing runs, and we're gonna figure it out. To replace my oil pan as it is for use to build and yeah, I definitely yeah, can't do it by myself. You figure it out, guys. Figure it out. Some converter pads that fit the flex blade, and then I'm going to jig to hold those pads in the right location. Will welding tab create a bend issue? Well, we're going to try and make them weigh as much as the same as possible, and going to do the best we can. Gotta head out to college now. Happy birthday and goodbye. Yep, see ya. Thanks for tuning in. Good luck at college. Da, 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 da. Yep. Well, throwing tools and throwing parts is it's not going to fix anything. That's just going to make things worse. Yeah, it's not going to work. Shut on. All right. I think 2 of them needed shorter ones, so here you go. I don't remember. Yeah, I think it was the bottom ones. Like the middle bottom. Nope. Okay, this thing's so heavy. Nope. These. Yeah, I think it was these. I ended up having to put shorter ones in. Yep. Okay. So, yeah. Well, these are like, as the threads are so deep, you could probably see them on the other side of the engine. All right, where'd that socket I handed you? There it is.
Right, there's a issue here.
Okay. Well, maybe. Use these. I mean, it may not even run the ones in the pan, but
It adds a little bit of stiffness.
yeah, I suppose so. Let's go. I have to run the tap through these.
This one feels just off.
Yeah.
This short one can be replaced.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We're gonna figure it out. Nice. Okay, so that one looks just like it's misaligned a little.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, so just not run with that one. We'll be fine.
All right, so on this ear,
Come on. Okay. Come on. Let go. Please let go. Okay, so you guys want to start queuing up questions? We might do a short Q&A, and then I think this might be a good place to stop the stream. So if you guys have any last-minute questions, we'll do a short Q&A, and then we're going to have to pick this one up tomorrow. It's not going to bolt up. Hopefully I didn't just crack it. Okay, so run it. What? Okay. All right. Thought I was going to miss the stream today, but luckily I'm still home to catch some of it. Yeah, we're about to end, actually. We're getting close. Getting close to... Unfortunately, we've run into some issues. So if you guys have any last minute questions for us, go ahead and leave them. But 3.5 or 3.7 Atlas, and if 3.5, why not easy power with the 3.7. The reason we chose the 3.7 or the 3.5 is because it shares more parts with the 4200, and we have a lot of 4200 parts. As far as making power, sure, you could use both. Doesn't matter. Whatever floats your boat. If I was going to stick a heavy engine, if I was going to stick a heavy engine, I would build a 383 stroker. Okay, cool. Oh, you're okay. You're responding to the other guys. Okay. No worries. No worries.
How far back this is?
Well, that's one of the things we got to figure out. There's the dead blow. That should be enough protrusion. Yep. Alright, I'm surprised the 4200 didn't get a displacement increase like the 4 and 5 cylinder. Yeah, I'm sure they were starting to phase it out already in 2006. Or, you know, that maybe they hadn't even, you know, maybe they didn't approve the funding because the Gen 2 4 and 5s didn't come out until 2007, I believe. All right, what do you think, Dad?
This way, and they bolt on tabs.
What, to just register with the... Okay. Yeah, I... Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything. Would the 3.7 be a better starting point? Isn't the 3.7 head ported or and some other fancy things? Yeah, the 3.7 head is, we're using a 3.7 head because they're better. But yeah, I mean, that just depends what you're after.
We got this.
We're having issues with the torque converter. Does not have the correct bolt pattern for, or the flex plate to torque converter interface. Same issue we ran into on the North Star. We're having the same exact issue with this engine. The GM must have a big flex plate pattern and a small flex plate pattern. So we're going to have to machine some adapters or something. What are you thinking? Just some like little dog bones or something? Okay.
This thick
Right.
on here.
Yeah.
And then hold it here.
Mhm.
Here. Then, even if it has issues, it's pushing up against here.
Mhm.
This tower.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
This line, make it square, and get rock and roll.
Mhm. Okay. So we're going to weld some tabs to the torque converter, which will adapt it to the smaller crankshaft. Torque converter flex plate. It will adapt to the smaller flex plate pattern. Ugh, so many words. So unfortunately, we're not going to get the engine bolted in today. So there isn't 3.7 liter aftermarket forged pistons. You could have custom ones made if you want, but there's nothing off the shelf.
And there's no connecting rods
Yeah.
because
No.
the wrist pin's bigger.
If you're going to have custom pistons made, just have them match the 905 pin and be done with it. Match the rods that are readily available. All right, so I think we're going to end the stream here. We got some engine nerding to do, and we're going to figure this out. Tomorrow we might be machining some torque converter pads, and we're going to get this figured out. So with that, we're going to end this video off. We're going to end the stream off, and this blah blah blah. I'm tired. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Happy birthday, Calvin.
Yep.
Happy birthday to Calvin. Everybody wish Junior a happy birthday again, because this is that boy's tired.
Mhm.
I can tell you, he is tired. We normally have Family Friday, and every Friday we stop what we're doing. We have dinner together as a family, and I run out of gas on Fridays, quite frankly. So there's the
Yep.
ugly old
We
man.
got some niv hacking to do. Yes, we do.
Niv hacking.
Thanks, guys. Thanks. All right. We're out. See ya.
Good night, guys. See you tomorrow.